Are unmuted and
Online. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. and I'll call this meeting to order. Chair Lane is serving the county in another way today. She's actually at jury duty, so I'll be chairing today's meeting. Let's start with our invocation. Pastor Drew Buell from the Cool Community Church.
Good morning. Let's begin with a word of prayer. Father, just a few days ago, Christians around the world celebrated what we believe to be the turning point of all human history, the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. We believe that what took place on that day is the single most important thing that has ever taken place. And yet, if we had been alive at that time in the first century AD, most of us probably wouldn't have even noticed. The resurrection of Christ took place in a backwater district of the Roman Empire. Judea was something of a political purgatory in the first century. It was in the middle of nowhere, and understandably, no one who was anyone wanted to be there. But it was in that small place that your son was born, that he lived, that he died, and that he rose again. I guess there's just no telling what life-altering, world-changing things might come to pass in small places. And so as we gather once more to deal with the business of this small place, this small county, who knows what might happen as a result of the decisions that are made here today. And so, Lord, I pray that you would help these men and women as they conduct their business today. God, give them wisdom, give them courage, and give them heart. And most of all, I pray that you will use them and the various agencies that are represented here this morning to accomplish your purposes for government. First, that they, and especially our law enforcement community, will restrain the evil that is so much a part of the human condition. And second, that you will use this government to reward and to help those who are doing good. God, would you do that for us this morning? Not because you have to, but because I'm asking. I'm asking you in the name of your Son, the risen Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor. Supervisor Turnbull, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yeah. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No changes. Okay, we'll now move on to the consent calendar. Are there any consent calendar items that my colleagues wish to comment on or pull for discussion?
Oh, sir. No.
yeah, I just have a couple items. On item number 6, I'd like to ensure that our letter of support somehow references in current form of the legislation, because we've sent in letters before and then the legislation has changed. So I wasn't clear if that was in there or not. So if we would approve it with that clarity, I'd appreciate it. And then also on item 11, Supervisor Veerkamp and I are sponsoring the proclamation to recognize April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in El Dorado County. And I just wanted to read the last sentence from the proclamation for everyone.
Go ahead.
In solemn remembrance of the young lives lost to violence, the County of El Dorado will participate in the statewide raising of the Children's Memorial Flag on Friday, April 24th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at the El Dorado County Community Health Center in Placerville. Together, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring every child grows up in a safe and nurturing environment, free from abuse and neglect. And I just wanted to thank our partnering agencies that brought this for us to sponsor today, and all the hard work that everyone does to support our children and families in the county.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we'll now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar. And public comment on closed session items also. So public comment on consent calendar and closed session. Please identify which items or item you will be addressing to the board. So specifically, we're talking about closed session items number 1 and 2 and consent items 3 through 12.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good
morning.
morning. My name is Lizette Suter. I'm here with many of my colleagues on behalf of the Child Abuse Prevention Council, and we'd like to speak briefly on item number 11, what Supervisor Parlin just spoke to. So it was perfect timing. So we thank you for that. If I may begin?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So on behalf of the Child Abuse Prevention Council, we want to thank you for the proclamation and for your efforts in declaring that El Dorado County for the month of April is participating and is making a big part of the Child Abuse Prevention Council and the Child Abuse Prevention Month. We're grateful for your continued support in what our mission is, which is to increase awareness and respect for the rights of children to be free of abuse and neglect. Who we are. We are a collaboration of 15 different person council. We're known as Child Abuse Prevention Council, or CAPC is what often it's referred to. And what we do is we are members made up from a myriad of different perspectives, but we all have one common goal and focus of preventing child abuse and neglect here in El Dorado County. And so year-round, this council brings together public agencies, nonprofits, service providers, community members, faith providers, all to support the policies, and we allocate funds and give our endorsements to different programs to help children and families thrive, such as parenting classes and such as other community resources for children that they are available within our community. And we take that very seriously, and we appreciate all that this board does to allow us to do that. This month, however, is really about awareness, right? We want to really focus on, despite all of our efforts, and we do appreciate the efforts of everyone in this room towards this goal, there is still abuse in El Dorado County. We wish there were no children, but unfortunately there are many that do experience some sort of abuse or neglect. Just in 2025 alone, Child Protective Services received reports concerning 2,112 children. 1,415 were for general neglect, and a total of 137 of those were actually sustained petitions. The El Dorado County District Attorney's Office, we received 132 referrals for children, cases involving children, whether it be 61 for physical abuse and 71 for sexual abuse. We interviewed 125 children in our multidisciplinary child abuse, child advocacy center as well. We have over 115 sexual assaults that are open and 97 physical abuse cases. So outreach plans this month, real quickly, various campaigns for awareness, pinwheels, coffee, go get a coffee, you'll get a sticker, the Kids Expo we will be at, and then obviously we invite all of you to attend what Supervisor Parlin mentioned as the flag raising. So we thank you all and appreciate the proclamation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies. Have a great day.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Brett Preble, and I'm representing the Bear State property owners located in Volcanoville. My comments are in reference to agenda item number 5, the mosquito fire settlement. A comment letter was sent to each of you Monday, April 6th. I hope you've had a chance to review it. I've also brought copies to submit to you. I won't read the letter today, but to paraphrase, Volcanoville has suffered through multiple fires and evacuations for over 10 years, the worst of which was the mosquito fire. I've tried for years through various means, including county DOT, Forest Service grants, and private funding, to improve our situation with some success, yet our forest continues to burn, our roads continue to degrade, and our safety continues to decline. I'm here today to plead with you to help us make real strides towards improving our life and safety by allocating the entire remaining amount of the mosquito fire settlement to the area which was impacted the greatest, and that's Volcanoville. Please consider that the work we have accomplished may very well have saved Georgetown by allowing the various fire agencies to stop the mosquito fire on the Volcanoville Ridge. We will improve and widen our road, increase the amount of fire-safe land, including removal of hazard trees that remain because of a lack of funding, and develop a helipad for life flight and firefighting aircraft, explore the development of a secondary ingress-egress route. Thank you for your attention. And I'd like to submit copies of my letter and my public comments to the supervisors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are these only consent calendar items or
Yes.
department
Consent?
matters?
No, consent only.
Consent.
Consent in closed session. Good morning.
Good morning, board, staff. My name is Kathy Dunkak. I'm the CEO of El Dorado County Fairgrounds. It's good to see you again. As you are aware, during the World War II, the county donated the almost 3-acre parcel from the edge of the fairgrounds to the state for the sole purpose of constructing the armory for our local soldiers. The agreement even stipulated that if the armory was not constructed within 5 years, the property would revert to the county. Unfortunately, there was no stipulation for the property once the armory was decommissioned. This property was purchased with funds from Proposition 3, enacted in 1933, which is intended solely to provide funds for fairgrounds as well as unemployment benefits due to the Depression. I believe this board is keenly aware of the challenges the Fair Association faces, primarily inadequate parking. This parcel has only one way in and out on Armory Road, which I would hesitate to call a road. During fair time, fair time, fire camps, races, and other large events, that road becomes a one-way directional road for obvious reasons. Therefore, it is critical that whatever ends up on that parcel does not affect ingress or egress to the fairgrounds, interfere with parking, or prevent folks from accessing the parking tiers. I've been tracking this parcel since 2018, prior to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N0619. I had been in contact with the state of California DGS. They knew we were interested in purchasing and obtaining the property back. At the time, I was told that counties, cities, and school districts would have the first rights of refusal. That said, as soon as the executive order was implemented, communication from DGS to us ceased. Fast forward to now. We understand the property is available for purchase, with the county and/or city essentially having first dibs on this parcel. Our fair board is extremely in having this parcel returned to the county and is willing to partner with the county to achieve this. And by partner, I'm saying financial considerations are not off the table. My responsibility is to make fiscally sound decisions for the Fair Association, as well as explore every avenue that might benefit the fairgrounds or oppose those that may further interfere with our ability to do business. Quite frankly, it is my hope that I never have to come before this board and say the word armory ever again. I would prefer to focus on running the fair. I respectfully request that this matter be carefully considered, and this is obviously an item reference to number 2 and number 4. Thank
very
you.
much.
Kathy, appreciate it.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. My interest today is item 2 and item 4, item 5 and item 11. I'll take them in that order. Thank you so much for putting the item 4 on. The fact that we, as the county, have an interest in acquiring that property with its long history, as just reflected by the Fair Board representative. She's correct that this originated with the county and it ended up in state ownership. I would say that there should be no cost to the county for getting its property back since it's not going to be used as an armory. It seems in the agreement there would be a clause that said if the use was reverted to and not be in play for the future, that the county ought to be getting the property back, and we shouldn't have to be doing this negotiations. In terms of item number 5, of the gentleman that talked about Volcanoville, there's been a focus with the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council and the county through a Whopper in order to make these areas safer. I mean, geographically, the county has a lot of property that is owned by governmental agencies, I believe 60%, and therefore it is important for us to coordinate with our partners, being these governmental agencies, in order to have the safest community possible. It seems with the settlement and the fact that the money would go towards improvements that are going to affect the safety of this area, that that gentleman that had come up, that what he said, it makes sense. So hopefully you're going to find in terms of the use of that money, that it goes to the respective community. Finally, number 11, the Child Abuse Prevention Month. We have a history, but we don't want it, the history of child abuse issues within our county. We can always do better, but I thank the Child Abuse Prevention Council for all their work, and I thank Supervisor Parlin and Verkamp for representing this prevention month as the month of April. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Cheryl Trainer.
My name is Cheryl Trainer, and good morning, supervisors. And I live in the community with Supervisor Veerkamp's district. I'm a local occupational therapist and a volunteer at the clubhouse, and mine is into consent calendar item number 12, the Data Notebook Behavioral Health System Wellness Recovery Program. I realized that the Data Notebook only had space for one program in this information, and I thought it was important to provide data to Board of Supervisors on another community program, Clubhouse El Dorado, which provides services alongside and further down the recovery journey. Both are necessary, both the wellness centers, both acute hospital settings for psychiatric illness, and our community program that helps people to reintegrate. Some of the data about our program, which couldn't be included in the report because it only had space for one, includes that we're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, all holidays, and we also have outings and evenings and weekends. We have also been working to help with vocational rehab. I know there's concerns for homelessness. Well, if we can get people back in the workforce and finding purposeful things to do, that gives them a purpose in life. We have 94 resumes completed, 135 interviews, 95 jobs secured, 44 members back in school, and 69 members linked to housing, as well as over 270 linked to medical, psychiatric, and other resources. We have meals that are prepared by and served by the members as part of the vocational training, as well as reception and different computer skills. I invite you to come to our tour sometime to learn more about us, and I appreciate you listening to my comments in regards to this service and this report that we were not part of just because that was the nature of it. We support the Wellness Center as it is, and we say that we're a little bit different because we're the next step of the journey. So it's kind of like being in acute hospital or being in rehab if you've had an injury, or then being reintegrated into society. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you can come visit.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Good morning, board. Thank you for taking my call. I'm also calling about items 2 and 4, and I appreciate what the previous callers had to say, and I hope that what I have to say is something additive. You know, Chris Payne had mentioned perhaps we should get this property for free. And if so, then part of what I have to say may be a moot point. But, you know, I looked at both of these items and I looked at the staff report for item 4, and it just seemed shrouded in mystery. Why can't we as taxpayers know why the county wants to buy this property? For what purpose? I mean, like I say, if it's for free, well, go for it. But if we have to expend money, couldn't you tell us for what purpose, especially since this used to be what was suggested for the Clementine project? And as we know, all kinds of obstacles were put up for not completing that workforce housing project. So it just brings up the question, why do you want this property? For what use? And why can't you share that with us? So that's what I have to say, and I hope that you will enlighten the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I'm speaking to item 1. Just as a general reminder, Charter Section 102 states that the electors of the county, which means the citizens, have the right to amend, revise, or repeal the charter. The board's authority to set employee compensation is only there because the public voted to allow it. Ultimately, this initiative was submitted because the board is not listening to us. It was therefore determined the best way to get the message across. Remember, Section 504 is also there only due to a vote from the citizens. The right thing to do is advise council to perform their job reviewing and preparing the ballot title. Please do not stand in opposition to this request and allow us to exercise our constitutional rights to define our government operations. Also, I want to speak quickly on items 2 and 4 in regards to the armory. I agree with the Fair Board representative. If in fact the county gets this back, then they should be part of any discussion and even potentially the beneficiaries of the armory parcel to enhance our fairgrounds and keep it intact. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
I will close public comment and ask staff if they wish to reply to any questions or comments.
Sure. I'll just note we will add the language to the first paragraph of the letter of support item
Number 6.
6. Yes, thank
Okay.
you. And then I just did want to emphasize with regard to the mosquito settlement, the only action today is to set that funding aside in our disaster designation. There will be a more full discussion on April 28th with the board on how they would like to appropriate that funding.
Correct. Thank you. All right. Kim, do you need to read back number 6 for the changes that Supervisor Parlin?
Of course, approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Item 6, the letter of support will reference the current legislative form. And item number 11, Supervisor Parlin's comments regarding Child Prevention Month will be included.
All right.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have first and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
Thank you. All right, we will now move to public comment on all other agenda items. There are no hearings today, so we're going to hear public comment on the remaining items, numbers 13 through 18. And if you'd identify which item you're addressing when you come up.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning.
Come on up, Toby. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Toby Madison. I'm representing Grizzly Flats, California today. It has been a long road since the devastating fire that, ripped through our county and our beloved town of Grizzly Flats.
We have fought with lots of help from many here in this room to recover from this devastating tragedy. This vote today is a critical vote for 12 families consisting of roughly 50 people conservatively on a account for these families. There's 50 human lives that can be tremendously saved by this vote. And I would like to remind the board that 50 humans turn into 100 very quickly. These humans, these 12 families have children who go to Mountain Creek, Pioneer Elementary, Union Mine High School. There are rattlers. They play our football. They volunteer in the communities very tremendously. Every one of these is a taxpayer or future taxpayer to this county. On an average in California, a standard human being in a county can generate roughly on a conservative level, $10,000 per year in revenue, not only in taxes or to local business growth. If you calculate that with this vote to save these families, this money could be repaid in, little 2 to 3 years tops, keeping families in this county. It's a no-brainer to me. We need tax-paying citizens to stay in this county, and you board, and in El Dorado County, we do things a little bit different than other counties, which is great. That's what it takes. And to set us apart from the other counties in California, we need to take care of our people. And it might just seem that it's 12 families, but these 12 families turn into many more. And you want to keep them in your county. You don't want them leaving. So in saying this has been a long road for us. This is a culmination. I'm very nervous today, and I'm never nervous speaking usually. So
Makes two of us.
yeah, today's a very emotional, pinnacle to all this hard work that everybody's put into this. So I really hope that, the pastor, he really resonated with me, in the beginning when he said, this board has courage, you have empathy, and now's the time. This is the time. So I appreciate a yes vote on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Toby.
Toby.
Can I ask the audience if you just, everybody, please silence your cell phones? Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, Caleb Armstrong, Nonprofit Construction Corporation. Hope you guys are all doing well today, and I hope you can support item 14 on the consent calendar or the department matters today. Karen wasn't able to include some of the pictures from the first Title 25 home nonprofit construction built. Show that to the public too. Here's a whole community right here of just people that have come together and are trying their best to rebuild their lives. Well, I'm talking to everyone. I'm sorry. This is a huge thing. It really matters. The public, the people involved, Toby, I went up to Grizzly Flats. I was going through a lymphoma diagnosis from Marshall Medical. And they told me, hey, Caleb, you have lymphoma. You're going to do a watch and wait, and we're going to see what you do. And at that pinnacle moment in my life, I realized that giving back to the community, doing what was right, turning my life into something more for others was extremely vital. It influenced, it was like overflowing, like a parable, Jesus says, I floweth over the cup, let me overflow it. Those are the principles that a nonprofit or a community organization should pretty much live by. I do have one or two concerns with this, and that is that we have veterans living in Grizzly Flats. The USDA 502 program, they allow for a veteran preference, right? That's a federal program, didn't work for Grizzly Flats. We brought that out with George Turnbull in early 2023. I went through so many different processes in trying to help this community and figure out different ways of doing it. And I've learned so many different policies and regulations and programs when addressing disasters. And some of them don't fit. They don't work for rural communities. We don't even have an affordable housing program that's for a conservative community that's creating housing stock. We really have to address that down the line. But there are some community members that haven't been involved in this process, right? A nonprofit construction corporation, we've developed some great sponsors, organizations that are donating propane, one roof a month, foundations. I went and bought an excavator personally with $35,000 so I can dig foundations for these individuals, but we haven't been involved in that process with Karen. There are community members here that don't even have Social Security. Marielle Matha in the back. This is almost 6 feet of snow on her home, right? That's her and I at her property. Some community members said, hey, don't help her, right? That's a hard thing to come by. And or to understand. And demonstrating the need is important, and you have to weigh that out when considering who you're assisting first and public process. All I want to see is that the people that are in the greatest need are veterans, and people just get helped. Please vote yes on this, either way.
Thanks, Caleb. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak? Come on up.
Good morning. Jeff Short. I'm the Government and Public Affairs Director for the North State Building Industry Association. Also speaking on item 14. This is a unique opportunity, not just in El Dorado County, not just with Homemade Sacramento, but for any chapter of Homemade across the United States, and certainly encourage this board to move forward with it. We are proud as the BIA, we're proud that our sister organization, our affiliate nonprofit, Homemade Sacramento, has taken this on. Really proud of our the board of members of Homemade Sacramento and the builders who have stepped up to help. Again, this has never been done in quite this way. It's not how Homemade normally would operate. So I really want to thank those members who are using their company time, talent, and treasure for this good work. I really want to thank your staff, Karen and others who have put a lot of time into coordinating this. Again, she didn't have a blueprint that she could just copy off of where it's been done elsewhere. Fairly similar project was taken in, I always mispronounce it, but I believe it's Lahaina in Hawaii that had the fires and homes were rebuilt. That's about the closest instance of anything, any project like this ever being undertaken by a Homemade chapter. So really applaud Amber, the executive director, Karen, and everybody else involved with this project. I'm just here, to encourage your support and do whatever we can to help move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up.
I've never done this before.
Doing great.
I'm just one of the fire victims at Grizzly Flats. Been living on my property since the fire burned down. Done a lot of restoration to it. And looking forward to a new house being built there. And I'm kind of short right now. I got about half the money I need to do the Title 25 plan. And hoping that you guys got enough to help me out. I don't know what else to say, but it'll surely be appreciated. And it's without the 25 plan, that a lot of us would be getting a house for what they're building us. The house for is phenomenal compared to what the regular costs are. And 73 years old. This is going to be wonderful watching it happen. I want to thank you all.
Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning. My name is Kim Gustafson. I'm addressing item number 14 on the agenda. I live in Grizzly Flats. I'm a single mother who was uninsured during the fire because we had a lot of beetle-killed trees around the property and I inherited my home. I lost it in the fire. I qualified for SBA funding for $240,000, but because I couldn't build in the first year, they canceled my loan at $50,000. And I work full-time at the water district, the general manager, trying to rebuild, but it is difficult. So if you could find in your hearts to help us with the funding, it would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak in the audience? If you're planning on speaking, could you line up on the aisle?
No,
you
you're
come
good.
on
Come
up.
on up.
Come on up. I'm talking about everybody after you.
I got here.
Oh, come on up.
So, no clue what you're saying. I didn't hear what anybody said because I can't hear. But anyway, it says right there, God bless America. You are the people that have the power to bless us. We also said the Pledge of Allegiance, which said justice for all. You all have the power to bless, give us justice. And we had our house burnt. That wasn't our fault. It was just something that happened. And now we need people like you to help people like us get back to where we were, because this game is just getting old and money is being spent on things that we don't need and probably don't want. We just need homes. We need our life back the way, as best as it could be. And you have the power to help us. Please help us, because we can't help ourselves. And the struggle is killing us. And we don't want to die that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Who do we have on Zoom?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Again, thank you, board. Items
We're doing
13.
online comments now.
Sorry?
We're doing online
Hang on a
comments
minute,
now.
Chris.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and this afternoon, 18. Prior to my specific comments, I again challenged the right of the Board of Supervisors to modify the approach to taking public comment. This idea of speculating about what staff and the individual board members might be thinking prior to my commenting is ridiculous. My specific comments are related to item 14, which you've heard a lot of comments about. I also support the action to be taken, hopefully today. People need to have their place, and I know Supervisor Turnbull has spent many years working on this, and hopefully you'll see to the benefit that this item will help these individuals. The other item specifically that I'm going to talk about is 15. 15 is just a little bit later during the 10 o'clock time period. And let me see. What I wanted to say on it is, as you know, I'm a big proponent of historical preservation, and to the end that the Historical Museum Commission has taken some action in order to present to you today in the form of a presentation and in an action to change the ordinance makes sense. There are things that I know that were missing from the way that the museum has operated in the past. For instance, it's only open a couple of days a week. And in that regard, we should do our best to try to fund to be able to open that the way it used to be. And then the second part is there's a lot of historical preservation topics that I won't get into right now that you need to be aware of. But one of those is that we need to have a memorandum of understanding between the county and the El Dorado Western Railway Foundation, and that needs to be before you soon. Thank you for the time. Hopefully you understand that this approach to how we're having to make our comments is not effective, nor is it efficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
I'm calling in today to enthusiastically endorse agenda item 14. In my role as a planning commissioner, I am in regular contact with commissioners throughout the state. And we have talked at great length about what can be done in terms of affordable housing and issues, particularly after an aftermath of a tragedy like Grizzly Flats. And I have to say that this proposal, in my exchanges throughout the state, is not only innovative, but more importantly, it's going to be really impactful for those people who can be benefited by this thing. This is a classic situation where you are being asked to bring together governmental resources, the resources of the victims themselves, and nonprofits in a way that, quite frankly, is quite remarkable. I want to say that the state has turned its back on us. The FEMA has turned our back, despite the good efforts of Supervisor Turnbull. But nevertheless, because of his dedication and very, very clearly because of the innovative and creative energy that Karen Gardner has put on this thing, we have something that could be quite remarkable and something that you could walk away today realizing that you have helped a number of families. This is not going to solve the problems facing many other people in this area and quite frankly throughout the whole county. But it is a baby step, and it's a very major baby step. So please take it. Take this thing seriously. Use this as a mechanism to be more creative in our thinking about how we address affordable housing, workforce housing, and everything else that we really need to take a look at in this county. I thank you for this time, and may you leave this meeting with the idea that you've done something very creative and very, very positive and impactful for a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Frank Porter.
Good morning, Frank.
Good morning. Good morning, board members. I'm here on behalf of Housing El Dorado, and I'm commenting on item 14. We are grateful and glad to see the Calder Fire Grizzly Flats homeowner rebuild program moving forward and providing assistance to the homeowners in Grizzly Flat. This is a really good use of the $550,000 available in the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund. It's commendable that Home Aid Sacramento and its partners have committed to donating resources, including label and materials, equal to 50% of the estimated cost of this each home reconstruction. We are always looking for partners in bringing forward local efforts of other nonprofits to meet the housing needs of local residents. We were proud to sponsor the first phase of the Calder Family Grizzly Flat project in tandem with other local nonprofits. The first rebuild project, which was conducted by Caleb Armstrong and the nonprofit construction company. I will say that we were a little surprised and disappointed that the county didn't utilize the nonprofit construction or at least include them as a partner in the second phase of the Grizzly Flats project. I can speak quite extensively about the importance of building local capacity in nonprofits to help meet the needs of local residents. And it is true that often in our small county, we rely on outside partners like the Volunteers of America, Home Aid, so on, to provide us with assistance in larger projects. In fact, Housing El Dorado has gone out and sought help from another agency that we modeled their project because they didn't have the bandwidth to come into our county to do the mobile home critical repair project. So we're all about growing capacity locally because we have such an enormous need for affordable housing development. I hope in the future, and I'm glad to see the county getting something accomplished in Grizzly Flat. I just wish that it had been in partnership with nonprofit construction so that we could build locally based capacity to get this kind of important public service work accomplished. Thank you for your attention and your time, and I wish you a good meeting.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll close public comment. Ma'am, did you want to speak? Come on up. Thank you.
I'm not really a public speaker, but I'm a resident of Grizzly Flats. My husband's a United States veteran that's been recovering from cancer, and Caleb Anderson is doing fantastic work in the community, not just to try to, he's already completed one home successfully for a close friend of ours. Our dogs play together every day. They're really good people, and he's a veteran as well. I'm seeing community and dreams rebuilding in Grizzly, at least hopes for it. And I'm seeing an influx of people, good people that are coming in. We have good neighbors that are coming in, a good community, and there's dreams. I used to teach, and my dream is when the church gets built there, I want to have an after-school program for the community. I see it as a gathering place to help bring the community together. But I want to, and our dog, to get her therapy dog trained so she can work with the kids too. There's a lot of good people. There's a lot of good dreams out there, but we can't do everything, and we do need help. And I think, the fire was not anybody's fault here, but there still could be more preventative things going on too. I see a lot of, as I walk my dog each day, I see a lot of regrowth and a lot of, we need more forestry help to make sure that the areas that we do go into, that they're maintained properly. I don't hardly ever see Forest Service trucks out there. And that's just not making any sense to me, because we need to protect our natural resources in our communities. And I just want, my dream is that I want to see our community rebuild with the type of people that are coming in, and we need your help to do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment is now closed. We'll move into our 9 a.m. time certain item number 14 from Planning and Building. Madam Clerk.
Item 14 comes from Planning and Building Department, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving the following. 1, authorizing the Caldor Fire Grizzly Flat Homeowners Rebuild Program and the use of $550,150.75 in the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund to support the program. 2, authorize the Director of Planning and Building Department to execute a memorandum of understanding between the county and HomeAid for administration of the program and for program funds as discussed in the resolution. 3, finding that the Caldor Grizzly Flats Homeowners Rebuild Program exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And 4, directing the auditor controller to initiate and process payment to HomeAid Sacramento upon receipt of a written approval from the Director of Planning and Building Department.
Good morning, Karen Gardner, Director of Planning and Building.
Good morning, honorable board members. Thank you so much. Very proud to be here today. This is, has been said, years in the making to get to a point where we hope that we can find some funding to help some of the residents of Grizzly Flats. And as Kim is pulling up the presentation, I want to thank the members of Grizzly Flats that are here today and spoke and here in support, and the others that are in support as well. And Supervisor Turnbull, of course, who he's been that one pushing me to keep exploring, keep looking, keep being creative in this. So, and I think we have done so. So first, I just want to talk a little bit about, kind of why we are here and what we have done. I do think El Dorado County has done more and been more creative in trying to help the residents of Caldor fire victims in Grizzly Flats in particular than what I have seen in other communities, including working with our residents and adopting the Title 25 program, which allows for some alternative construction types that make it a little bit easier to build a home, and then also developing a set of plans for a pre-reviewed Title 25 home, 750 square foot home, that is free to use for any of our residents in Grizzly Flats. And as Caleb mentioned, he successfully built the first one for Mac and Kathy up there. So it's a great model that we have that we would like to replicate. So in Grizzly Flats, as we have been out there talking to residents and trying to assist, even with what we have in place so far, there are some residents that still continue to struggle to find the funding to rebuild. As was mentioned by one of the residents, some of them do have insurance money, but it's just simply not enough to rebuild a home for a variety of reasons. We also have where the Caldor Fire Ordinance that has allowed our residents to live temporarily in RVs, that's set to expire at the end of this year. Now, I will be coming back and bringing an item to look at possibly extending that. But, it also just makes us realize we need to figure out, what are we going to do long term? We can't continue to allow people to live in RVs necessarily. We've know that's not a permanent solution. And so how do we get the folks out of the RVs into permanent housing? And then providing that affordable housing again, some residents do have some means to help with their contribution towards this. It's just not enough to build a home. So next slide, I'll talk about the various components, kind of how this is going to work. And I apologize, there's some weird, funky little formatting there, but it's really three things: the partnership, and that is with the public, our residents, and nonprofit partnership. So county and Homemade Sacramento and our residents partnering together and all contributing in different ways to make this happen. The funding, our nonprofit, Homemade Sacramento, has agreed to contribute a minimum of 50% through volunteers of labor and materials. And they really strive to do more than that. 50% is a minimum. Other projects that they have done, although again, that was mentioned, they're slightly different projects. This is unique for single family homes. They have contributed 60, 70% or more of the total cost. And the way they do that is through their membership, which are home builders throughout the region, volunteering their time and materials. And the other component of this program is that we're proposing is a forgivable loan program. So whatever portion that the residents are unable to contribute, that the funding from our Affordable Housing Fund would help with that portion. And then after 3 years, if they are still living in that residence, then that loan would be forgiven. If they were to move away prior to that 3 years, then they would have to pay the county back. All right, next slide. Again, Homemade Sacramento would donate at least 50% of the labor and materials. And the intent is to construct these Title 25 homes. Again, they're 750 square foot homes that have been pre-designed, pre-reviewed. The way Homemade works is they have a builder team and a builder captain is assigned to each team. They select a particular resident and house to help build. And that builder captain makes sure they have all the trades in place to get that home built as quickly as possible. The team does consist of local home builders and tradespeople, and to address what Caleb was talking about, this is exactly where he would be able to step in and help as well. They actually have said many times, Homemade Sacramento said many times, anybody locally who wants to help and contribute and volunteer, absolutely there is a place for them to help with the building of these homes. And in fact, it makes sense. So for example, bringing concrete up for a foundation, you don't want to have to travel, any more than you have to with a truck hauling concrete. So if we can get that concrete donated locally, it's still a trek up to Grizzly Flats, as we all know, but the closer, the better. So definitely welcome anybody locally who wants to contribute. There will be a memorandum of understanding, an agreement between the county and Homemade Sacramento, and through that will ensure reporting so that we know exactly who is using what funds and how much was used, and that at the end of the program, whatever is not used goes back into the Affordable Housing Fund. So next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about the funding. So again, asking for $550,150 from our Affordable Housing Fund. And the target is 12 homes. It could be more than that. That's about the interest list that we have right now, but I suspect there may be a few more people that are kind of waiting in the wings to see how it goes that may express interest. The way the funding works is, again, donations and then participant contributions. So those residents, if they have funds to contribute, those will get used next. And then the county funds will be used only to fill in that gap, so only if necessary. Any unused monies at the end of the build would be returned to the Affordable Housing Fund first until that is made whole from whatever was contributed for that particular person. So again, up front, there may be a bigger chunk of money that is needed from the Affordable Housing Fund to get to the full dollar amount, the $143,000. But then at the end of the build, if we have a lot of good labor materials donated and we don't really need to pull much cash out of it, we will take that money back and make the Affordable Housing Fund put it back into that fund. So again, cost per home, $146,634. The minimum amount that Homemade is donating through materials and labor is $73,317. And then a fund is created for each person that's participating, and we will put in $73,318. That's the part where they will contribute whatever they have, and then the county will contribute the rest to get to that $73,318. Next slide. So requirements for participation. These are similar to requirements to be eligible for some of the benefits of the Caldor Fire Resiliency Ordinance and Title 25. You have to have had a dwelling that was destroyed by the Caldor fire. This would be an owner-built construction, meaning either you or your contractor that you've hired is building the home. This is not for a home builder to come in and use this program and build homes and turn around and sell them. Again, requiring a minimum of 3-year period where the owner must occupy the structure. And we do want to build in a little flexibility for situations such as merged lots or purchasing different lots. So the Title 25 home that Caleb built is a great example of that, where Mac and Kathy on that parcel, they had a small parcel. They purchased the parcel right next door to them because they actually had pretty small parcels, merged those two together when rebuilding their home to give them a little more space and ensure they have more defensible space around their home. So there are situations like that. We account for that. We want to make sure that, if people did either purchase a different lot. Another example, you might have someone who lived out in an area where it was well and now they have purchased a lot in town where there is water service through the Grizzly Flats Water District, and they saw that as a benefit. So they want to rebuild on this new lot. So long as they had a house that was destroyed and we have the documentation for that, our permit system when we did the disaster permits and so forth. We have pretty good documentation of who owned what lots and what homes were destroyed by the fire. Requirements also include disaster permit was issued and required cleanup was completed. Again, we have great documentation for that, and I know everybody we've talked to, that has occurred. They also must get a building permit for the new structure. Again, the existing Caldor fire resiliency ordinance allowed for folks to get permits for any new builds at no cost. So we do not charge them the fees that they normally would for a building permit. And then also requiring that if they have hazardous trees on the property, that those, if they have not already been removed, that those do get removed. And our Resource Conservation District has a great program that can take care of that for free. So if they do still have hazardous trees, we'll make sure they get connected in that way. And this, again, is intended for our Title 25 homes, but what Homemade is looking at is perhaps a little bit of flexibility where needed on that. So as an example, if someone needs ADA improvements, a ramp going up to the front door, we can add those types of things. There may even be situations where it's a larger family and Homemade Sacramento is willing to modify the Title 25 plans and add a bedroom, and that may even trigger fire sprinklers. They're willing to try and get those things donated if it makes sense for a larger family, since it's just a 2-bedroom home. All right, next slide. My staff has been in consultation with both SACOG and HCD and has confirmed that we can count these units as RHNA low-income units. So we'll be able to do that with the construction of each home. There's just some very simple documentation we need to record with the state to do that. Homemade is ready to start construction. It's actually May 4th, May 1st, I think is a Friday. So May 4th, Monday, is when they are ready to start construction. Homemade has already met with several homeowners who meet qualifications and has paired them up with builder captains, and they are anxious and ready to go. And just mention that these homes are CEQA exempt. There's a couple of different exemptions. One of them is regarding rebuilding after a disaster. And then just to give a couple of examples on the next slide that kind of explains how the flow of the money works. So again, materials and labor, the estimated cost for a Title 25 home is $146,634. Homemade has agreed to donate a minimum of half of that. In this example, if a resident has $35,000 that they can contribute, that goes into that special account. Through this program, the county would contribute an additional $38,318 to get that account to $73,318. That's half of the total cost. Next slide. House gets constructed and more donations of materials and labor comes in, and in the end only $40,000 was not donated. So $40,000 had to be taken out of that account to pay for some of the materials and labor that could not be donated. So the remaining funds in the special account after they gain occupancy is $33,318. So that $40,000 has been taken out, $33,318 remains. That gets repaid to the County Affordable Housing Fund. No funds would be reimbursed to the resident. And in the end, the total amount that the county would put into a forgivable loan with that resident would be $6,682. Giving another example on the next slide, again, starting off with the same dollar amount and the minimum donation. In this case, if the resident can only contribute $10,000 of their own funds, They would put that $10,000 into the special account. Our program would contribute the remaining $63,318. Then on the next slide, we're going to use the same example that maybe saying that $40,000 could not be donated and therefore had to come out of that account to pay for some of the labor and materials. Again, the remaining funds in the special account after occupancy is $33,318. That would all go back to the county's affordable housing fund. No funds would be reimbursed to the resident, and the forgivable loan that would be set up between the county and the resident would be $30,000 in that case. So at this time, I'd like to invite up Price Walker from Elliott Homes. He is, I believe his title is chair currently of Homemade Sacramento. He's been a driving force behind that, and invite him to come up and talk a little bit more about the role of Homemade Sacramento.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Thank you, Karen. Price Walker, Vice President of Elliott Homes. We're a local home builder headquartered in Folsom, but we certainly built some homes in El Dorado County. Saratoga is our project down in El Dorado Hills, connected El Dorado County to Folsom. And I just want to talk a little bit of details, but first of all, just thank yous. None of this could happen without Karen's hard work. We've been working with Karen, I have for now a couple of years on this. It's a very unique program, really unique to Homemade Sacramento. Homemade Sacramento typically works with nonprofits in the region in existing facilities and provides beds or provides upgrades to their facilities. This is, as Jeff Short mentioned, this is our first time building ground up, for sale, working with homeowners, housing. It is a little bit of a takeoff from what happened in Lahaina. Homemade Hawaii contacted us. We chatted with them about it, and our program's a little slightly different, but it's kind of modeled a little bit after that. I also want to thank Chair Turnbull, who has obviously worked years and years prior to us being involved in this, but has really helped us and kicked us in the rear end to get this to happen. And we're there. I mean, we are a builder who has stepped forward, and we're going to be building 2 houses. The first 2 starting May 4th. One of them is for Randy, and we're really excited and passionate about it. I think that those formulas and examples you saw, there's could be all kinds of different examples that will come forward. It's our goal and frankly our anticipation that 50% will be exceeded. We have almost every project we've ever done, and we certainly expect it here. Again, I urge you today to take action on this. I grew up in Diamond Springs. I have a little personal feelings towards this. Mr. Turnbull and I knew his family for many, many years. In fact, my dad was on the board for 3 terms in the 70s and 80s. And I still have even though I haven't lived here in many years, I still have a lot of feelings and a lot of connection to it. So I'm really excited that our company is doing something to help the residents of El Dorado County, help the residents of Grizzly Flats. And it's going to be really, really amazing, I think, once these houses get started, to see other builders and the other 10 residents houses get started. I think it'll go pretty fast once things get going. So we hope to have this house done in September and have a whole new life for Randy and others up there. And it's a long time coming, and I feel almost guilty that we've only come in at the last year or 2, where these folks have been suffering for a long time, but we're certainly excited to get a solution for them.
Yeah, I want to thank you.
Thanks.
Good seeing you.
You too, of course.
Thank you.
Bryce.
Anything else, Karen?
That wraps it up. Just one thing to clarify, that in no case would the county contribute more than that $73,000 per person. You just want to make sure that's clear. So.
Yeah. All right.
with that, if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Yeah, are there any questions?
Yeah, I'm sure I got a lot.
Did you push your button?
Yes, you did.
Awesome.
did.
We found the buttons, by the way, Kim. They weren't where we thought they were.
So anyway, this has been a long time coming. It really has. And working with the residents in Grizzly Flat, I commend you for stepping up and helping your community too, because when we built the first home, Title 25 home for Mac and Kathy, the residents stepped up and helped. They really did help them create this project and this home. And Caleb, I want to thank you for all your hard work and bringing that forward. And the El Dorado County Food Bank, and Kim for getting the water agency and the funding that we did through our water agency that we did to help you, because water's a lifeline for Grizzly Flat. They had no water out there. So this has been ongoing for 5 years. And I got to tell you, I have fought and fought and fought for individual assistance. And you know what blows my mind the most is they gave 136 million FEMA IA assistance and direct aid to help the rebuilding in Los Angeles, but they did not help us. And I'm just appalled by it. Yep. I want to thank Congressman Kiley and Congressman McClintock for stepping up and voicing their opinions, but we didn't get anything, especially when the president promised that he was going to help the residents in Grizzly Flat that day when Don Aston was there. I couldn't go to that at that time because I didn't have a COVID shop and they wouldn't let me in. Probably a good thing. But anyway, this has been ongoing, and other counties are looking at adopting our Title 25 program. It's amazing the hard work, working with Karen and trying to come up with some kind of solution to help these people. You guys have suffered a long time out there when the snow was there and taking a sled with propane on it and pulling it up the residents. So that was their only source of heat they had, and making sure they had food out there and water, especially right after the Caldor fire, and stepping up. Even our current sheriff that we have right now, Jeff Lakoff, helped distributing food and water to the residents in Grizzly Flat. So I want to thank you, Jeff, if you're listening. This is great time.
Great opportunity. Thank you. Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah. So this has been a long journey. And ditto Supervisor Turnbull to thanking everyone that's been along with us. And Toby, I feel like I know you so well. You've been such a great, spokesperson for the community. And yeah, I mean, even at the water agency, because a lot of us sit on the water agency board, we're aware of this because working with Kim and getting all of this, it's just been a huge effort for our county. So I'm very supportive of this effort. So I want everybody to know that, but I am going to ask some questions. So please know I'm 100% behind this, but I got some process questions. So understand that's one of my roles here. Couple things. Let's see. In the CAO recommendation, it recommended adding some income eligibility criteria, and I didn't know if that was something, Karen, you were thinking was a good idea. Was it already built in, or what are your thoughts? And I have like 4 things, just so you know.
Yeah, that's certainly an easy thing to do. We do that for some of our other programs, like First Time Home Buyers Program. I am confident, just knowing the situations, that everybody who's expressed interest is at least low income, if not lower, and so we can do that. Counting it towards RENA, they actually are not going to require that information, but it certainly doesn't help to have it as a backup if there were ever any questions about that.
Right. And because you also mentioned that once we get started on this, more folks might show up. So I do think that adding that income eligibility would be a smart thing to do. Because in my mind, that's what that fund that was collected was for. And actually, that's one of the other things I was going to ask about is it was really clear in the staff report that that fund that we're tapping into really doesn't have any criteria on it. I know I think I remember when we put that on a project and said, let's collect funds, it made sense. But now that I'm seeing it in action being tapped into, I wonder if the board thinks that maybe we should add a little bit of a policy, some criteria around that fund, just so it has a few guardrails and doesn't get hijacked in places we don't want. So I don't know, maybe the board might want to give some direction to look into creating a policy to basically safeguard that money. So, I mean, it would have to come to a vote anyway to be used, but still just having guardrails on it might be a good idea. And I think today we're using it quite appropriately, so I'm not concerned about that, but who knows what's coming in the future. So, so I thought about that. I just wanted to ask the question, and again, I'm totally supportive, so please don't take my, sometimes people go, what? And I'm like, I got to ask these questions. Process-wise, I was a little bit taken aback, I guess, at how far this whole effort has come without the board as a whole knowing about it. And so I just wanted to kind of ask Karen, I think, should this have come to the board sooner conceptually for a discussion, conceptual approval or something like that? Because normally when we have programs coming before us, we're not like, oh yeah, that's great and everything, but we didn't get a chance to provide input sooner.
Yeah, and I'll take the blame for that one. It's one of those, we've been talking about it, and then sort of in the end, it came together rather quickly. I think the big thing is just the timing of it, honestly, because we don't want to let another construction season go by. Grizzly Flats, as we just talked about, can get a lot of snow, and you cannot do construction in the winter time. And so just sort of the way the timing came about, and once we sort of understood how this program might work, like all of a sudden, shoot, it's May 1st and we got to get going here if we want to get this done. So, but you're right. I think in the future, things like this will bring it up early on and get some conceptual approval.
And that just makes sense. So, and that's our normal process. So just wanted to throw that out there. Again, I'm totally supportive of everybody, so don't think I'm not, just I got to ask these questions. And then lastly, when I read through the staff report, I did think that the, what do you call it? The 3-year deed restriction, I felt personally that was kind of short if we're going to be using the funds that we collected for affordable housing. I know when you know, bigger affordable housing projects have really long deed restrictions, which I wouldn't suggest, but 3 seems really short. And I feel that the folks, the residents out there want to stay in the community. That's our intention, is to support them. And so I wanted to just check in with the board and you, Karen, to see if maybe we wanted to lengthen that, but I don't know what's an appropriate number. So 5, 10, even at the most, I don't know, but I think that that would be a good conversation with the board. And other than this is super exciting. I will say that I did reach out to Homemade a few years ago when Supervisor Thomas was here, and we were trying to use that as a resource for the navigation center and some housing with that. And we just couldn't also make it work out. So super happy that we're going to be able to do some projects for our residents in the county. So thank you, everyone. Again, I'm very supportive. Just want to ask these questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, I would definitely concur that a deed restriction should be a little bit longer, and obviously relating to a transfer or sale, something of that nature. I agree also that policy for the fund would be smart, and we should work to make that happen. Now, Executive Director Jorgensen and myself toured Grizzly when it was still burning, the day of, and I've been out there since as well, and just totally devastating. And these folks deserve and need the help. So I'm definitely supportive of this. I think we can did tighten up a couple little things. I applaud Karen and Supervisor Turnbull for bringing us forward. And I too am appalled that our federal government under President Biden at the time made a promise and didn't deliver, and our state continues to make promises and does not deliver. So
Yeah.
we're working on it, but that's a tough process. But this is something we can do locally to make this happen. And thanks to Mr. Walker and others that are connecting the dots for these folks. So appreciate that very much. And I will support this with those couple modifications.
That's
Yep.
a good thing.
All right.
Greg got something to say?
Yeah, I
and
do.
go
Then I'll
ahead
get
and
to
say
you because I see your number. I've got, again, kind of like Lori, I support it. I come from a law enforcement background, so I'm very skeptical of a lot of things, and seeing the amount of fraud that's going on in the state. I do think we need to put some guardrails up. But I got a couple of questions first. That the RENA number, it will count towards RENA numbers, correct? And that owners have to have lived in that home before the fire took place. And then I do think that we should either lengthen the deed restriction on when they sell it to be like 10 years, or even have them, since it is a loan, if the house is sold, consider recouping the money back to the county.
To the fund.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Especially if it's within the window that we're looking at for the deed restriction. I want to make sure that we prohibit, and I think we should do this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but prohibit the owner from taking out a second or or equity line on the house with this money that we're loaning. And that they must occupy the house and not rent it out. You know, they don't move away and turn that house into a rental, that they have to occupy the house. And then just one of my biggest concerns, and we're not going to decide or fix this today, is unfortunately, these disasters are going to happen. It's going to happen again in this county, and I'm concerned that we're not going to have the resources to, help other parts of the county when and if this happens. But I do support it, but I do think we need to put up some guardrails. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to say, when they were building Deer Park, when they had those Section 8 houses, remember that, Brian?
Mhm.
They put a 5-year limit on those houses. They couldn't sell those houses, any earlier than 5 years, or they would have to repay back the loan, because it was actually a lot of those people built their own homes, but they had money from the government that helped them rebuild. So I think this is going to be a good thing. It's a start. I'm still not going to give up on this individual assistance, because I'm still going to fight for these people to make sure that we do get it, even though we were denied by FEMA again. This is just appalling to me, especially how long these people have had to suffer, especially living through the winters they had to live through and stuff. And I don't know if anybody's lived in an RV and know how cold it gets, and especially inside where it sweats. I don't know if anybody even knows that, but it does. It creates moisture, and it's not good, especially for the health and safety of these people that are living in RVs up there. So this is a great program. We need to work on it, maybe tweak it a little bit like we talked about. But I think it's like Toby even said, all he cared about is having 4 walls and a roof over his head. And that's all he cared about. He didn't care what it was, as long as he had 4 walls and a roof. And I also, Jay Carlin, I wish he was here. He passed away up at Grizzly Flat, a good friend of mine and a good friend to Toby's. And I know he's looking down on everybody right now and with a smile on his face and supporting us. So anyway, thank you for all coming here today and supporting us. And I hope we can tweak this a little bit, Karen, and work this out, and let's get this done. Let's get it done.
All right. Bring it back to the board for I guess, possible motion, or?
Yeah, I was gonna look at our CAO maybe for a little bit of assistance on this with our discussion and how to formulate our motion, perhaps.
Okay.
Karen, and Kim, you can write this down, put it up on the screen.
So we'd probably be approving 1
Yeah.
through 4 with
Yeah,
additional
Yeah.
guardrails, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could move staff's recommendation, and then we can add a direction on how you would like the resolution to be modified. Because I think what you're discussing can be addressed through modifying Exhibit A to the resolution.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And so the 2 to 3 points that I had included under the eligibility section of Exhibit A, which was D, potentially changing the requirement to commit to reoccupying the home as their primary residence for longer than 3 years. So whichever would the board would choose for that length of time. And then adding a requirement that they qualify as low income as defined. There's a parameter included in the staff report that sets forth the low income, which is I think 80% of area median income that you had. And then if you wanted to address or discuss Supervisor Ferrero's question about taking out equity, I think I don't know if we have the expertise in the room, but I think that with the deed restriction and the promissory note recorded, if they tried to take out equity and then sell within that repayment period, we would likely be primary. So I don't know if we would need to, or if you want to, keep that requirement to just during that repayment period. But in theory, after the repayment period, the home is theirs. And I don't know that we could, prohibit what they would do with it after that.
Okay.
I got a
So we'd be first in line if it was sold in escrow.
I think so.
Yeah, you've got in the resolution, item 8 authorizes the Director of Planning and Building to execute any deed restrictions and loan documents, including deed to trust, promissory notes. So based on your direction, that gives us the flexibility to put those items in those documents. That'll be between the county and the homeowner.
Supervisor Ferrero, one thing you may want to consider, perhaps you put in an express prohibition on the county subordinating its deed of trust to any other loan to make sure that, because sometimes what will happen is a property owner, may come in and seek for that line of credit, and their lender may then reach out to the county saying, hey, will you subordinate your loan so that we can maintain a priority position for foreclosure purposes? If you're concerned, I don't think this would arise, but just to ensure that it's documented in the program materials, just a statement that the county will not authorize, subordinating its loan to a lower priority position.
Sound good?
Yeah, I think
sounds
so.
good.
And Kim's capturing
Yeah.
this stuff
Yeah,
for
well,
us
this
right
is-
now,
this
so this
is
is
good.
great.
What about owner occupied versus turning it into a rental?
Well, it should be owner occupied. It shouldn't be a rental.
Strictly
Is that
owner
written
occupied.
anywhere, or do we need to add that?
We can add that into the loan documents with the individual, yes.
Well, so are you, for what period of time are you specifically referring to the loan period? Because that is in the resolution. So that's if you want to, it's currently at 3 years.
I think 5 is more adequate.
Probably reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, during the loan period. It can't be indefinite, so.
Right.
Uh-oh, we got Jefferson stepping up now. Okay, go ahead, Jefferson.
I was thinking while
You need your mic on. There.
the red, I get.
Hot. Red hot.
I think I could summarize this. I will try. So it would be staff recommendation with the following adjustments to Exhibit A, which is basically the program. I think it's clear to say all references in Exhibit A to 3 years should be changed to 5 because we say it in a lot of different places.
Oh, okay.
If you agree with the 5.
It's consistent, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I would say that there would be one additional bullet added to Section D. It would be qualify as lower income or less. So that would be 80% of median or less because there's a whole bunch of categories below lower. They added 2 more this year. And then add one additional sentence to Section 8 that the county will not subordinate the loan documents. And I believe that covers the 3 issues you discussed.
So do you see what Kim's got up on the screen, Jefferson? Does that capture it the way that, or do you see anything we should modify?
Well, I think with this direction, staff would make these changes to the resolution and it would come back for signature to Exhibit A, but the rest of the motion would be the same.
Okay,
It's really only changes to the program parameters in Exhibit A.
okay. But Kim's trying to capture what you are saying. So we want to make sure she captured it accurately.
I think
'cause-
Jefferson was trying to be a little bit more precise. So for example, it says qualify as low income. I think the precise term is lower income
Lower income.
or a lesser income.
Lower,
category.
okay.
And then for A, I would just change all references to 5 years because owner occupancy is already a requirement of the program.
Okay. So change all references of 3 years to 5 years. Okay.
And then for C, I would be add that sentence to section H. And then staff can make these recommendations before it's signed or make the edit.
So that resolution will come back for approval?
Add that sentence to section H.
So I think with this direction, I think that staff could make the changes prior to signature by the board. I don't think that the resolution would necessarily need to come back for further approval.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I
because
was
this
gonna
is,
ask that
this is
question.
pretty
Yeah.
specific,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
And then do we want to add another direction for staff to explore a policy regarding that fund?
It's outside of this, right?
Yeah, it's outside of this document, but it's direction to.
Yeah, so I
do
did
so.
want to note that on November 4th, you approved a resolution of intention to modify your affordable housing density bonus ordinance. And in that, you directed that staff grow the Affordable Housing Trust in order to provide funding to incentivize building and or sustaining affordable housing for low, very low, and moderate incomes. So, we could just ask that staff, when they bring back that piece, include some sort of policy or recommendations for that fund.
Okay, that's perfect then. So that's already kind of in the works then, basically, is what you're trying to say. Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, Supervisor Turnbow.
Yeah, do it.
All right. So I guess, do I have to read all this stuff or just make a motion to approve what staff recommended?
What's before us
Before us,
here
right
on the
here in front of
screen.
us, on the screen, yeah.
And I will second that.
Okay.
All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All
Motion
right, good
passes
job,
4-0
guys.
with Supervisor Lane being absent.
Take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, we're going to take a recess for 5 minutes and come back and hear the 10 o'clock matters. All right, good morning. We are back from our recess. We will actually hear item number 13 first.
Or 10 o'clock.
And then we'll move to our 10 o'clock items. So item number 13, EMS and CAO.
Item number 13 comes from Emergency Medical Services, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board provide conceptual approval to amend County Ordinance Code, Chapter 8.74, County Emergency Medical Services and Medical Transportation to allow for non-emergency interfacility transports to be staffed at the level of service determined by the physician responsible for the patient.
Thank you.
Here
there
comes
she
Emma.
is. Emma Owens, Principal Management Analyst from the CAO's office. Welcome.
So sorry, I ran over here. So El Dorado County Ordinance Code, Chapter 8.74, outlines our EMS system, our Emergency Medical Services System. And part of that is that our code requires advanced life support for all services, including interfacility transports. And so that's when a physician says this person needs to go from one medical facility to another medical facility. And so what we would like to do is revise this ordinance so someone could have a lower level of care if the physician says it's okay. Oh my gosh, I ran over here.
All right, doing great.
Take a moment.
So we haven't revised the total ordinance yet because per our board policy, we need conceptual approval today. So if we do get conceptual approval, we'll revise the ordinance, work with our stakeholders, review the ordinance, and then bring it back to you for approval. But again, this change will still make sure that all transports are in alignment with the physician's signature for interfacility transports, and that it should help improve resource allocations, but still make sure everyone's getting the care that meets the standards of care. And so if you approve it today, we'll revise the ordinance and come back for approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I'm sure Brian's got some. No, I don't have any questions at all. It's about time.
Yeah.
This has been a long time coming, and especially with doctor ordered and hospital ordered and so forth, it's the right care to give, and it also frees up and makes people, our first responders, capable to provide this level of service. So with that, I'll move the item unless you got anything else to say.
No.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0 with
Thank you,
Supervisor Lane being absent.
Good job, Emma.
Get it done, Emma. Walk back, please.
Yes. All right, now we will move to our 10 o'clock items. There's three of them. We'll take them in order, number 15, 16, and 17. We'll start with number 15 from the Library Department.
Item number 15 comes from the Library Department, recommending the board, 1, receive and file an annual report from the Historical Museum Commission and provide direction if necessary. 2, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance repealing Ordinance 4551, Article 6, entitled Historical Museum Commission. 3, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to April 21st, 2026 for final passage, second reading. And 4, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to replace the ordinance establishing the Historical Museum Commission and establish bylaws to govern the commission.
Good morning, Bryce Lavelle,
Bryce.
Library Director. I also oversee the Historical Museum and the El Dorado Western Railroad. And I just wanted to provide a few quick updates. Museum hours will be expanded next month. We will be open Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays from 10 until 4. We also have a new historical photo database, and we'll have artifacts and cultural items included in that over time. And you can find more information at eldorado.library.org. And then lastly, we have a new online ticketing system for the railroad, so riders can book and pay at their convenience. And I also wanted to thank a few individuals. I want to thank library staff, our museum volunteers and railroad volunteers, also Tara and Emma from the CAO's office, the Museum Commission, and the Railway Foundation. And if there are no questions or comments.
Are there any questions?
On the, just what?
I was going to move to introduce the
Okay.
Museum Commission chair to give
Okay, I
a
was like,
presentation.
where are we going here? Okay, so I'll wait for that, and then
Okay.
I have questions. You know I do.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So I'd like to introduce Jacob Rigoli to deliver the annual Museum Commission presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Rigoli.
Morning, Jacob.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. Thank you for letting me be here today. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Our County Historical Museum collection dates back 88 years now, and the commission has served you for over 50 years, since 1973 at this point. Today, in this presentation, I don't want to, though, just look at the past. I'm going to talk a little bit about the potential for the future as well together. And for slides, is it okay if I just announce moving to the next slide? Okay, thank you for that. So we are a 7-member board appointed by you, and we represent the public and established historical organizations in our community, holding leadership roles in multiple nonprofits and other organizations here within the community, mostly oriented around cultural aspects, historical aspects as well, but actually trying to bring people in the county together. Frankly, people who may not always be in the same circles, but who intersect on these matters of history and culture. And it works really, really well. It really is an excellent group. I actually would like to introduce first my fellow commissioners. I'll start with myself since I'm presenting to you. Again, Jacob Rigoli, chair of the commission for the County Historical Museum. I do have a couple of other roles in our community as well with the Historical Society, where I'm a board member and officer, and for Save the Graves, also as a board member and officer, helping with some of the cemeteries within El Dorado County. Behind me, I'll turn, but I'll try to continue to speak into the mic. Randy Mitchell is my vice chairperson, and there's Randy right there. Jeanette Barrett, just to his right also. And I think we also have Keith Berry here. Is Keith yes, Keith is in the audience in the back, also from our commission. A few of our other commissioners are unfortunately working during the day and couldn't be here, couldn't take the time off to be here, but did through us want to extend their hello as well. That's Mr. Manwaring, Sean Manwaring, as well as Joe Williams and Dee Owens, our other commissioners. So on the next slide, basically what we do is we, as a commission, advise on policy. We curate donations. We advocate for the museum's relevance in the community. I'm going to show you today how that's working, and it's working very well, while also suggesting that we could do even more together with you and perhaps other parts of the county as well. We'll move forward in the next slide, and I'll say, I don't want to get ahead of myself too much on this. I actually, with what might be possible in the future, I'd like to show you a little bit about what has already happened just in the 6 months since we last met. I think it was about 6 months ago that I stood up and gave a presentation on our progress. We were so happy that the museum had opened just 6 months before. Now it's been a full year. I won't miss the opportunity to thank Director Lavelle and his entire staff, part of the library system, of which the County Historical Museum is a part of. I just want to point out a few of the things that have been accomplished since the last time we met. Not only has it now been open for a full year, Bryce is announcing, did you already announce? I don't know. I'll just say that the number of days that the museum is open has been extended. It will have now been extended 2 times. It will actually be 3 days a week that the County Historical Museum will be open. That may fall short of where we were historically, but the trend is in the right direction, and that's what we're focused on. There's just this wonderfully positive report there. Not only that, but if you step into the County Historical Museum or onto the grounds, so much cleanup has been performed there. It really has brought life back to it in this last year, and it's showing. We're getting more visitors who are coming to the County Historical Museum. I can say that personally. I try to be there every weekend, and for the most part am, and I'm just watching it grow and succeed. They have also, the administration has also been able to help elevate the ephemera and realia that exist in the museum to greater accessibility to the public through systems like Catalog It, which actually digitize and make available the assets within the County Historical Museum. So you don't have to come physically to see anything that's in the museum. You can actually see it online. There's much more work to be done there. And again, additional resources would help us to be able to do that at least more quickly, certainly more effectively as well. We also have new volunteers. I had 2 on this slide. It's now just in the last few days, we've have an additional 3 individuals that have been approved to be volunteers in the museum. So we're up to 5 now. Again, thanks to Director Lavelle and his staff. They are just doing a wonderful job. I'd actually like to show you through some pictures, though, what's happening outside of the museum and how the Historical County Museum enables and enriches the community for all of us. So on the next slide, I'm going to take you out into the county. And we're going to look at a few events that happened, again, just in the last 6 months. Real pictures of El Dorado County citizens and visitors from other counties who are coming into the county as a result of indirectly, it's true, it's not that the County Historical Museum is putting on these events, but rather enabling these events to happen through other agencies or other groups, for example, the Historical Society, but many others within the county. Here we are on the top floor of the Odd Fellows building in downtown Placerville. That's that wonderful ballroom floor that has been just recently redone completely and beautifully by the Odd Fellows. And here we have a speaker, Meg Gifford, who is a direct descendant of Sheriff James Madison Anderson from El Dorado County in the 1800s. She's also an author, and she's a fellow at the Bancroft Library, and she's just written a book on the last legal hangings that happened in El Dorado County. Fascinating book. I have to say, I've read it twice, and in this speech, which was sold out, as you can see, in fact, there was a waiting list. She actually documents the harrowing story of some of those individuals who, frankly, it's a complicated affair. It had me on the edge of my seat, and I had already read the book twice, and I'm listening to her speak, and you're just gripping your armrests, hearing these stories, which have otherwise kind of been forgotten. But again, pulled together people from our community and even outside of our community in a way that wouldn't have happened otherwise. If we go to the next slide, I'll take you to another event that was enabled thanks to the Historical Museum being open. And this was a Save the Graves event, the latest in a series. This was the 6th year for Save the Graves, raising funds in our community. They raised over $40,000 this year to help support and better the cemeteries in El Dorado County. This event takes place in the Placerville Union Cemetery. The next one is coming up in October, by the way. Again, the research that enabled this to happen, by this I mean these individuals, actors, were actually performing the life stories of these citizens of El Dorado County or individuals who positively impacted El Dorado County 100 years ago or more, graveside, right there. And with such respect and bringing so much honor also to, I think, our story, our collective story as it has woven itself together over all of these decades and even centuries now. Just a wonderful example of how research at the Historical Museum enabled that to happen. If we go to the next slide, I'll take you to an event, a series of events. These are walking tours that are relatively new just in the last couple of years and are continuing every month now. A walking tour of different areas. This happens to be in the backyard of Seasons Bed and Breakfast on Bedford Avenue in Placerville, but we were sort of walking the whole Bedford Clay Historic District in this one. Again, multiple walking tours, all sold out. The next slide shows you a different walking tour, which was in downtown Placerville, benefiting the merchants on Main Street in the sense that we brought in people from outside of the county who were like, they had heard about this and they had come into the county. They wanted to go on a walking tour. They didn't know much about Placerville. And this really, again, was so popular that it was sold out. We also did Georgetown just 2 weekends ago. We went out to George. So we go where history happened. The research for these walking tours, again, only happens because the Historical Museum was opened. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you for your help with that. We have here now, we are at an event that I have included very intentionally because it was so fascinating. It was really a story about Placerville and El Dorado County early days when the logging was really our primary industry here. And I've done a good job by remembering not to speak to my slides too much, but here I do want to read a little bit about specifically what happened at this event, and also to take a chance for some recognition for the community coming together to support an event like this. In February, this presentation happened. It was our native resident, Phil Berry, who presented on El Dorado County logging and railroad history. Historical logging in El Dorado County was defined by massive industrial efforts utilizing extensive narrow gauge railroads and innovative new cable systems to transport timber from the Sierra Nevada to mills in Camino and in Diamond Springs. Major operations, including the Michical Lumber Company and Diamond and Caldor Railway, ran from the late 19th century until the mid 20th century. Here's what happened. This event sold out again. Almost didn't happen because the venue where we had booked it actually double booked us. And so when we got there very early in the morning, mind you, I mean, we were early risers and early to be there, but the other people who had booked it, I guess they were from the Bay Area and they had driven up, they'd gotten there earlier from us. And so we didn't know what to do. Doug Bierkamp pulled up. He brought one of his restored, beautifully restored trucks to the event, saw us absolutely fretting over this, not knowing what to do, and immediately said, I've got a solution for you, and took us into his museum, which you actually see in this picture here, and really saved the day. And we're so grateful to the Bierkamp family for having done that, to Doug and Lori specifically, but for just stepping up and saying, hey, you know, this is important, this needs to happen. And it just was a beautiful example of the community coming together. On the next slide, we took all of the guests who had joined us down then to El Dorado to actually ride the railroad. And so we're very happy. EDWRR, the El Dorado County Western Railroad, was able to stay open late for us and still got everybody onto the trains for that activity. Last, I'll give you a view of an event that happened, which is very special and unique. Again, all of this enabled, on the next slide, enabled by the fact that the museum is open again. What you're looking at here is actually Pacific Street. And so at the bottom of Pacific Street in this image from the late 1880s, approximately, that's the intersection on Pacific where it intersects with Main. And if you go up the street and crest over to the left, you would come down to Cedar Ravine. So that kind of orients you as to where you're at, you turn onto Pacific, and then this is transects both Cedar Ravine and Main Streets here. You're looking at a view of what used to be Chinatown, a portion of it. I was surprised, I want to admit, to learn how large the lost Chinatown of El Dorado County, specifically of Placerville at that time, that was the largest location, was. And it's much larger even than this area, but it was primarily centered there. This has never been researched as far as we can tell. We went through all of our historical records. The Historical Society was able, thanks to the Historical County Museum being open, to truly define the boundaries of what Chinatown was in Placerville. And we were then able to, having defined it, to research some of the families that were actually there at that time living in Chinatown and the contributions that they made to early Placerville as it was growing, and to the entire El Dorado County community as it was growing. In fact, one of the descendants of the families who lived in one of the houses that is not on this particular view, it's just a little bit south of it there, they actually flew out they heard about this and they flew out from the Midwest, their whole family, to join us because nobody had ever looked into that history before. And we had uncovered photos and pictures and documents, again, because of the Historical Museum being open. What a point I'm making here. Let's go to the next slide. It's not just to show that the County Historical Museum is relevant It's not just to show that it has impact, or even that it's bringing community members together effectively in a way that wouldn't happen perhaps otherwise. It's actually to say, I think that we could do even more to support the administration through the library system and certainly the community more broadly. And I do want to, I see my role with the commission as advocating for that, as advocating for additional support, even if that support isn't necessarily always financial. Sometimes it's connections. I do want to say to the Board of Supervisors, we would love as a commission to be asked to meet with other individuals or other parts of the county and say, come back to us with a plan. How can you bring even more people into the county? How can we increase interest here? How can we tell the story of our county even more broadly, do more education? If we go to the next slide, here are a few things that we want to be able to do and can do, certainly. We have some capacity today to do that. We could do so much more with a little bit more enablement if that were even a possibility. Educational programs, additional partnerships. There's so much that's in that county museum that could be displayed, for example, in partnerships and is to a limited degree with other partnerships like the Historical Society. Digitization is progressing, and I'm so happy about that, of those assets and making them available online. Boy, we could do more and faster, better work there too. So that's what we're hoping to make happen. On the next slide, which is my final slide, I will just bring us together with part of our vision statement, which is before you also for consideration. This is part of the work that we've done over these last months together to refine the governance documents of the commission. And we think those are in really good shape, and we're looking forward to seeing those move ahead and move forward. But it just, everything ties back to this vision statement of really helping to become a national leader and be recognized as such. Nothing short of that is actually our goal. We really think we are capable of doing that. So thank you for your time, and I hope that that was somewhat elucidating for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you very much. All right, Bryce, first of all, do you have any questions for the
Not got a lot to add, but it's gonna cost me $20, so.
Good
whatever.
time, George.
Quick comment. Awesome.
Yeah.
Good work. Thank you. How's that? You can do that.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. Anything else, Bryce?
No, I'm good at the moment.
I'm just happy
Documents.
to answer any questions before we move to the next part of the item.
Yeah.
Right, no other questions, comments? Okay.
No.
No,
Bryce,
great
it's
work.
all yours. Thank you.
It's a great update since, to Jacob's point, the last 6 months, it seems like every 6 months our updates are growing and fabulous. So thank you.
Yeah, my hat's off to library staff, the museum commission, and our museum volunteers and railroad volunteers. They're all doing a fabulous job.
Yeah.
Kim, were you going to mention the item again, or should I just jump into the additional pieces? No, the slide presentation is complete.
We have to talk about the ordinance resolution.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And so the second piece of this is the first reading in the process of moving from an ordinance to a resolution. And all the specifics are detailed in the item itself. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Are there any questions? Well,
Yeah.
District 4, Lori?
Yeah, so I did email Director Lavelle about this ahead so that he wasn't caught off guard. And just like the last item that we heard, very supportive. So my questions aren't, very supportive. I just need clarity. And it's on the very last item of the resolution, the proposed resolution, and it's section 8, citizens committees. And I think I'm going to need some help from county council on this perhaps, because I just don't understand. I've never heard of a citizens committee before in any of our other commissions that we have. And so I'm not sure what the intent is of this. Is it an ad hoc? Are you, because my understanding is members of the commission itself can always reach out to, anyone in the community, any other organization. So I didn't understand, does this even need to be in here maybe? Or am I not understanding what this is for? That I think that's, and have you used it yet, perhaps, Bryce, so far, when the same language was in the ordinance, I guess? Has this been used?
Not from the scope of a citizens committee. So there's been working groups that have been created.
Right.
And I think maybe some of the different interpretation around this is if a commission member would be part of it, or if the commission would identify a working citizens community and invite them to give their thoughts and opinions on a certain topic during a commission meeting.
Right.
So that's some of the scope where we were interpreting this, and it went to the commission for review. We discussed all of these elements multiple times, and I think it's a great question. I'd be curious if council has thoughts about this piece or any guidance.
Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, it does. And I think, so as I read what's being proposed, it appears to me that they're providing authority for the library commission to establish these essentially a separate advisory body. Just as you have appointed the library commission to be advisory to you, the library commission intends to create additional bodies that would be advisory to it. As contemplated, as I see it here, with if it was done by formal action, of the Historical Museum Commission, sorry, the library, I meant Historical Museum Commission, they would, presumably that would be a Brown Act body, as it's created by formal action of the legislative body itself. So it would, have to comply with the Brown Act, and then they would presumably make their reports.
Right. And so I think in my mind, I'm kind of guessing that you guys would not want to create a committee that has to abide by the Brown Act. They're so restrictive. We've had other commissions, committees that had this issue and they hated it, quite honestly, because they are so restrictive. And so to your point, Bryce, is that you had mentioned, it's more of a working group kind of environment, which doesn't need to be in the bylaws, then is much more flexible. Honestly, if I were you guys, I would just strike this bit and continue working with others. And you can invite anyone you want to speak on your agenda. Isn't that correct? Anyone, any guests put on your agenda? And
Certainly. Yeah. I think the more common things that we tend to see are either just authority to create ad hoc committees, which would be, those temporary committees comprised solely of less than a quorum of the main legislative body. And as you know, those ad hoc committees could then conduct their own workshops where they're inviting others who aren't formal members of the committee, but who are there to provide some input. That's one method we've seen. Another is, advisory bodies that are advisory solely to a single decision maker are not subject to the Brown Act. So I think your board has seen that in practice as well. I think Supervisor Lane has used that, for example, on some of the issues in Tahoe. That doesn't necessarily require any formal authorization, but that's something that could be done. Again, I don't know if this is typical from what we've seen from our committees, but I can understand why, and I don't know the rationale for why they chose to do it, but I can, if it is something that I think is theoretically an option to them, it just does come with some downsides because I think that as constituted, it would be a Brown Act body.
yeah, and my understanding is this is just language that was carried over from the ordinance, which was
Yes.
yeah.
It was.
And therefore, I think in practice, the working groups, flexibility, ad hocs are allowed under the Brown Act, don't need to be even mentioned in your bylaws, correct?
That's correct. I have seen where some committees
Yeah.
specifically spell out in their bylaws kind of the types of ad hocs that they may choose to create, for certain subject areas. But you're right, that doesn't need to be addressed. We usually like to see clarity that it is done by formal action of the body, as opposed, or we've seen some where they may want to delegate it to the chair, the ability to create ad hocs to study certain issues. But beyond that, it's up to the discretion of the body itself.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking for your flexibility and, just ease of doing things, I would recommend you just strike this section 8 out completely and carry on the way that you've been in practice. It just seems unnecessary, and the tools are already there to create either ad hocs. The Brown Act clearly spells out how to do that, or working groups. Yeah, working groups are fabulous. I love them. So, and you don't need to put those in your bylaws. So that's just my thought. When I read it, I went, ooh, what is this? It's so interesting, but it's a remnant from, the original ordinance, I guess.
Yeah, the more you write down, the more restrictions.
There it is.
So-
Thank you for saying it that way.
Yep. Yep.
So-
I agree.
And I see Jacob's nodding his head. So, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I just
Want
wanted
to make a
to-
motion?
Yeah, if everybody, is there any other
The
discussion?
department supports it as well. It's a great insight. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Well, flexibility and working, we want you guys to be able to go do your stuff, following all the rules, of course, which Bryce will watch you. So with that, then I will go ahead and make a motion that we approve this item with the strikeout of section 8.
Yeah, and I'll second that with a comment. Seeing the work that's been done and all of the engagement in the community and the different events, whether it's Save the Graves or just a myriad, and we just saw some of the examples of that work. Awesome, and it's bringing recognition to El Dorado County, and that's what our strategic plan talks about with our history. So
Yeah.
we have it. We might as well flaunt it, and
Yep.
you're doing a great job. We thank you for that, and let's keep it up and keep going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Especially protecting our history too.
Yep.
Thank you both. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you, guys.
Great.
Thank you, Jacob.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you, Jacob.
All right, we will now move to our second 10 a.m. item, number 16, an annual report presentation by Behavioral Health Commission.
Item number 16 comes from Health and Human Services Agency on behalf of the El Dorado County Behavioral Health Commission, recommending the board receive a presentation and file the 2025 annual report from the commission.
Welcome, Mr. Jim Abrams and
Welcome,
Director
Jim.
Collingsworth.
Good almost afternoon to you all, supervisors. I'm back. This is actually, I think, my 7th time to give an annual report to the Board of Supervisors. I date back to 2013 with the Board of the Commission, but this is my 7th, I believe, presentation. And the first slide is, it's a overview on 2026, and it is the report for 2025. So you'll see the first slide, and the purpose and role of this commission were established under Welfare Institution Code 5604. Welfare Institution Code 5604.2 states our duties to review and evaluate. You can hear me okay? To review and evaluate the community's mental health needs, service facilities, and special problems. The commission serves at the role of an advisory to the Board of Supervisors. The commission's BHC bylaws were updated and approved by the Board of Supervisors on February 11th, 2025. Our articles of bylaws, Article 4, states what our objectives are: review and evaluate behavioral health needs, services, facilities, and special problems in any facility within the county or jurisdiction where mental health or substance use disorder evaluation services are provided. Objectives for the commission: review and advise on any county agreements entered into pursuant California WIC 5650, advise the Board of Supervisors and the El Dorado County Behavioral Health Director any aspect of the local behavioral health program. Supervisor Ferraro serves on our commission. He's a great asset to the commission in attendance and participation. So your Board of Supervisors has a representative that can help you keep informed with information throughout our year. Review and approve the procedures used to ensure citizens' involvement at all stages of the planning process as specified under California Welfare Institute Code 5651. That's related to the community planning process, which is previously for MHSA's planning of each year's plan, and also to the BHSA new plan. The commission participated quite a bit within that community planning process in 2025. One of our other jobs is to review each qualified applicant for the position of the Behavioral Health Director and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. The commission shall be included in the selection process prior to the vote of the Board of Supervisors. And in 2025, I was invited to participate in the interviews for our current behavioral health director and Justine Collinsworth. And I'm glad that you all chose her to be our behavioral health director. She's doing a great job. She had a good handle on everything before she became the director. And I just wanted to encourage her to continue and get you to give her support as needed. While I'm speaking about the Behavioral Health Division, HHSA, I also want to thank Meredith Zanardi, who's very important in our commission's agendas and information and presentations to the commission, as well as Ayla Miller, who helped me create this PowerPoint because I'm incapable. I'm not a computer person. So anyway, I just wanted to give those thanks to them. Next slide, please. All right. So the next slide and the following slide are all of the presentations and update the commission received over the 2025 years. And as you can see, we received a lot of presentations and information over those 2 years. If you want to take a moment to look at these before we proceed, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer about anything we did look at or hear about over the course of that year. So I'm going to let you take a second to look those over, and if you wish, we can move forward with that.
I thought this was really nice the way you guys laid this out, Jim, what you were doing every month and so.
Well, this is, this template was provided to me by the clerk of the board's office, I believe.
Well done, Kim.
So we followed what they wanted us to do. I skipped a page, I see. We've gone through up to page 5, but I skipped the El Dorado Commission's membership, which is on page 3. Could we go back? Okay, so in 2025, you can see our commission had quite a few members, and some of them are gone. Quite a few of them have termed out or had to move on from being on the commission. And if you look at our 2026 membership, we have 6 members on the commission. And last year, when I was here giving this annual report, I mentioned the fact that it's hard for our commission to find new members. We're a commission of 11. We're down to 6. So the quorum issue, which has always exists, is much more difficult to fill. If we're down, we have 3 people that can't make it. We don't have a meeting. So I'm still hoping to obtain new members, and any of the district supervisors that can possibly know of someone that could join our commission, it would be very welcome for them to be brought before us. The county and through the Behavioral Health HHSA, they put out a press release during 2025 announcing we needed more members. We got a couple applications, and when you get into the application process, the applicants, we had some good ones, but there were possibly conflicts of interest of other avenues they were traveling through. They would have been great members, but we couldn't proceed with that. But as you can see, I'm the chair again this year. Greg is our supervisor representative. Norma is our South Lake Tahoe representative again, Norma San Diego. Deanna Santa is our West Slope vice chair. She's back here. She's here today. And Karen Smith's our secretary, and she's from the Youth Commission. We're very lucky to always have a Youth Commission member. And then Dr. Claver is our other commissioner. So we're going to move on to, I guess it would be page 6. So our ad hoc committees, you were talking about ad hoc committees and how they operate and the Brown Act and everything. And in our bylaws, we have mention of the ad hoc committees. And last year, our ad hoc committees, we had a Mental Health Service Act, MHSA fiscal year 26 plan update. We reviewed that year's Mental Health Service Act plan prior to coming to the supervisors. We had a 2026 data notebook review, and we completed that. And that ad hoc committee met, and we every year there's a different topic for for the data notebook that's DHCS and Cal BHBC facilitated. And we filled it out. And last year that was specific to wellness centers or clubhouses. And being that the county does have an adult wellness center through HSSA, and it was through the MHSA program, and hopefully it'll keep running through the BHSA program. That's the one we chose, and we completed it and moved on to the state level. We had an ad hoc nominating committee for 2026 commission officers, and you saw those in the presentation for our 2026 officers. We had an ad hoc committee to engage in the Behavioral Health Service Act community planning process and provide updates. Commissioners, different commissioners, attended these meetings to assure that the process was occurring and to learn more about what the public really thought about the new BHSA plan that was upcoming. And next slide. Okay, Behavioral Health Division staffing vacancies are challenges. It's doing much better. We're getting some of the vacancy factor is decreased on the overall staffing over the Behavioral Health Division. And but we still need it to go down. They still need more people providing services to our consumers of mental health services. And next item would be the impact of Proposition 1, Behavioral Health Service Act, BHSA, on deliverable mental health and substance use disorder services. And you're probably familiar with Proposition 1 and how it altered the funding coming to the county, this funding stream coming to the county. And one of the big ones is that 30% of the funds now go to housing and dealing with the housing of homeless and dealing with that. So some of the funds going to the behavioral health services are now going to homeless, more directed toward homelessness. And the commission just wants to make sure that the same services end up being provided. And I'm looking like they will be, but in a different manner. The new BHSA plans, the new animal compared to the old MHSA plan. So the way things are going to work are definitely going to be different. So need for transitional housing. We have more, we've added some, but we need more in addition to what we have to make sure that the people that are in need of the services from the behavioral division most are getting the support in aftercare, and housing is an important part of aftercare, so they don't end up back out on the streets because there's nowhere for them to reside in a safe environment. And long-term housing, under the new BHSA plan, they talk about long-term housing and the amount of funding we get here, but we need to get some more longer-term housing where clients and consumers can live for a longer period of time and get the support they need to be successful in their lives. Commission membership, I already talked about it. Fill in vacant positions. And the last item is commission membership meeting Welfare Institution Code 5604 requirements. Welfare Institution Code requires that 50% of the commission be consumers or family members of consumers of mental health services. And additionally, we have to look at the ethnic diversity of our county, and the membership would include the proportional percentage of our county's makeup and from different populations in our county. We need to have a veteran. We need to have a person from the Department of Education. And luckily we have somebody on our commission this year and last that is from the Department of Education. So we're trying to meet those needs too in order to fill 5 vacant positions. And let's see, next slide, please. Review of the governing documents is pretty redundant. I already spoke about Welfare Institute 5604. And our commission's duties are specifically stated in Welfare Institute 5604.2. our bylaws incorporate the requirements in Welfare Institution Code 5604.2. And again, I said the bylaws were updated in February of 2025. We're also subject to the Brown Act. Our commission has to provide that. And when we're looking at the Brown Act and when we look at ad hoc committees, with only a quorum is 4. So having an ad hoc committee, we have very few people allowed on an ad hoc committee, which makes, it difficult, or it can be a burden to get enough commissioners to participate in these ad hoc committees. So more membership would make us a more functional commission. And we also follow the El Dorado County Board Committee and Commission's Handbook. Next page, please. So our goals and our work plan: hold monthly Behavioral Health Commission meetings, continue to review and evaluate behavioral health, substance, and use disorder services in El Dorado County. We're going to continue to hold the educational programs of Behavioral Health Service Act updates for required behavioral health division programs and their delivery of services to consumer, and work collaboratively with the Behavioral Health Division on reviewing and evaluating services delivered to the consumers. That's the report, folks. So any questions?
Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Supervisor Parlin has a question.
Yeah, I do. And I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer, Jim. So, forgive me if it's outside of your role as chair, but I'm just curious this funding mechanisms for all the services that we try to provide for everyone keeps shifting. It's been this moving target where everyone's frustrated, and so I didn't know, I think I've asked this question before, but I don't remember. So bad on me. That 30% shift in the Prop 1 to housing, is that helping us in any way? Is it because we also say we do need transitional housing? Or I know it would have been better if instead of shifting the fund, it would have been better to get additional funding, but it didn't do that. So is the shift helping us also?
Well, unfortunately, and this is my personal opinion of it, and we've talked about it as a commission. My opinion of it is our county's population is way smaller than LA or the Bay Area counties, Southern California, most of them. And the way it's set up, it's going to be, the allocations are going to be broken down by population. I do believe that's what my understanding is. I hope I'm right. But that being said, the amount of funding this county will receive, I don't know that the need will be met. There will be money there, but I don't know that it'll meet the need that exists to support the help everyone needs.
Yeah.
So that's I could be wrong in what I'm saying, but I think that's how I've interpreted it.
And maybe I see Justine's back there. If she could maybe elaborate a little bit, just because, again, it's that shift in funding. And I think El Dorado County as a whole did not support that Prop 1 because we saw the downside of it. But now that it's kind of happened in the shift in funding, I mean, there's an impact to services, but we also needed some housing to go with it.
So one of the challenges is that there's very specific rules about how the housing intervention dollars need to be spent. So I don't want to be a complete, downer about the dollars because we will get benefit out of it. So I think your initial question was, are there positives that are going to come out of the housing intervention dollars? And yes, there will be. We are finding creative ways to use the dollars while still honoring directives that we've received from the board about how we moderate and mitigate the flow of housing for certain populations. Some of those dollars have really strict low barrier housing first model regulations and rules to how we're using the dollars, which doesn't match some of the directions that we've received with how to fund what the new navigation center is going to look like and whatnot. So we are certainly finding ways to use the dollars, and it's going to benefit the community. I think what we've been wrestling with over time is losing losing funding for other services that have been hallmarks in our community that we've
Right.
really wanted to keep, and we're not able to fund those any longer. So I think we've been trying to adapt to the new reality of the dollars. And I think we're doing a good job at that. And we found certainly some creative things, and housing and homelessness is, falling under the wings of behavioral health. And so we're partnering super closely. And so I think there's a lot of new exciting opportunities for us to utilize the dollars. We will be submitting the BHSA integrated plan to the board for review, and there will be more time for questions, I believe, at the June at a
Okay,
meeting
good
in
to
June.
know.
So there will be more time to talk more specifically about the integrated plan.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you for
Yeah,
letting us know
absolutely.
that's coming. And then I'm guessing, Jim, that you would appreciate another one of those fabulous press releases to try to get some folks to volunteer and fill those empty.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
thanks,
that's-
Justine, for your help, though, before she's.
Oh, of course.
sitting
Yeah,
down,
yeah.
you
Well, I
know,
knew
but-
I was getting a little technical,
Yeah,
so,
she and I speak,
know.
Justine and I speak quite a bit. We talk about things, all of these things.
Yeah.
Because I have lots of questions and
Yeah.
she's a wealth of information and it helps explaining them all to me. But yeah, we're holding the public hearing for the BHSAIP, the new plan on next Wednesday, the
Very good.
15th. Okay. And that's a public hearing. We'll be right here on August 15th at 5 p.m. And if y'all want to, listen in, you can zoom in. It'll be Zoomable. So it'll be a good time to get your first good part of the education about it. The plan, I've been reading it. It's like 300 pages long.
Those are big
And
documents.
you go into the document and there's more, a lot of it you can, and about the first 150 pages is the heart of it, and so I've read it more than once already. And, this isn't a public hearing about it. I brought it up but the new plan is going to be similar in many ways to the old plan for services and at certain levels and at other levels. There's going to be some impacts to programs, and it's because what the state wants, the way they wrote the plan. So the Behavioral Health Division, and Meredith Zanardi, she's been the main lady that's worked on this thing from BHS. She's the BHSA, lady. She's spent a lot of time on trying to accommodate what the county is required to do and by the state, but the deliverables are going to have to be, the funding is going to have to be adjusted in certain ways. A lot of the services still exist.
Yeah.
But there's also going to be some disappointment out there on other programs because the state says, and my hope is that the services continue as well as they have. And I think Justine and Meredith, they're really good at looking at this thing, and they are definitely looking at ways to keep things going the way they're going,
Yeah.
And the one thing about the reporting is that there's more strict reporting for the data. There's new data requirements for everything in this new plan, which means their staff level has to do more technical reporting, and that could have an impact when they have no more staffing than they have now. It could have an impact on services and the fact that they're already stretched thin
Right.
for all of everything they provide. And this can just even make it a more difficult thing. And those are the things that you folks should be paying attention to and exploring. This isn't the total funding for mental health services, but it's a major, at least 50 or more % of the services are provided by it. So it's a big deal next year.
Okay.
And the commission will do everything possible to support what they want to do. And we'll be having more of these meetings with informational presentations about how the adjustments have been made and what's going on. So that's my answer. Long answer to your question.
Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate seeing you here every year as the chair. And
Yeah, I've been around long enough. I remember a little of it.
just a little bit, yeah. Well,
Supervisor
thank you.
Turnbull?
Yeah, I got a question. Being that it's required, that 5604 mandate to have 10 to 15 member board, and the commission, is that going to impact our, sources of funding if we don't have enough? If the state requires that? I mean, is it possible? I mean, I'm just kind of looking at it, and if you can give us some of that information, we can put it on our newsletter to be able to help you get more members.
Okay,
we can
we've
put it out there,
talked
so-
about that and considered that. County Council, if we ended up with 3 commission members left, would we still be able to hold a meeting with 3 commission members as long as we had a quorum of 2?
I see Jim smile, noting that he knows I'm not going to answer this question. But that is certainly something we can look into, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
It just
Yes,
concerns
David and
us
I have
have.
talked a couple times about
Yeah,
the
I'm just-
games.
Me and you. All right.
But I think that, the biggest thing is that if we could get some more commission, we're going to have at our next meeting, we have an agenda item. It's already going to happen, and we're going to have I believe we'll be having another youth commissioner. And they're good to have. They're really, our current ones are very well informed about what's going on with the commission. But it would be nice to get some people from other parts of our community that have concerns. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't have a immediate family member or a family member of some sort or a friend that doesn't need mental health services. And they haven't experienced that heartache and heartbreak that comes with it for family members. So within all the supervisorial districts, in your meetings, maybe you can, maybe somebody's made a remark to you and you could make a suggestion, hey, we have a behavioral health commission, and why don't you go apply for it? And, that way your voice can be heard and your concerns can be heard. So anyway, thank you all for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jim, and,
All right.
and thank you for
Appreciate it.
continuing to be chair. And thank you. I want to thank all the commissioners. Deanna's
Yes.
back there.
Yeah.
Everybody's passionate about behavioral health, and you're right. The youth commissioners, the guy we have now, Kieran, she's very impressive.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
She
so,
contacted me last week about another thing. So
Yeah.
anyway, she's really good.
right.
She's
This
really
is
good.
receive and file, so that concludes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
You want me to turn?
No, leave it on.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim. All right.
Hang on.
No, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock's open forum if you want to speak about something. We'll now move on to item number 17, a presentation by First Five El Dorado Commission.
Item number 17 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board receive a presentation from First Five El Dorado Commission.
I'd like to welcome Deanna Santana, Director of EDCO, Child, Family, and Community Services.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ferrero, all of the supervisors for having us here to tell you a little bit about what First Five is doing. I'd also like to thank Kim and her whole team for all she does to support the First Five Commission and all of the commissions in our department. Some of you may not be aware, but First Five California, which is the California Children and Families Commission, and the 58 county level First Five commissions were created following the passage of Prop 10 in 1998, where California voters approved Prop 10, excuse me, adding a 50-cent tax on tobacco products to fund early childhood development programs. There are ordinances, both state and local, that require the funds to support programs that improve early learning, health, and family support for children from prenatal through age 5. It also provides local control for each county's First Five Commission to tailor the investments to the community needs, ensuring that services reflect the local priorities. Next slide, please. Our First Five is no different than the partner First Fives across the county. We have a bold vision where all children live in nurturing communities and all are ready to succeed in life. First Five El Dorado's Commission is committed to strengthening children and families by promoting and enhancing comprehensive systems. Many of you are familiar with the community hubs, which had been the leading focus and investment of First Five El Dorado for the past 7 years. July was a pivotal moment for First Five El Dorado. Both the community hubs sunsetted, and Kathy Guerrero, our longtime audacious and dedicated executive director, retired, and it was time for the First Five Commission to build a new strategic plan focusing on 0 to 5 and taking the very best parts of the community hubs forward for our young families and children. Next slide, please. This is a slide demonstrating how the finances come to us. So we have the tobacco tax, which is 50 cents per pack. 80% of that across the state goes to the county commissions, and it's distributed by birth weight, or by county, not birth rate, birth rate. And then 20% goes to First Five California for some of their statewide programming. And then there's two major things. There's actually three things that really affect the declining revenue in El Dorado County. For context, in just a fiscal year 21-22, we had over $1 million to invest in local programs, and this year we have just over $700,000, and we're anticipating a decline of about 8% every year for ongoing for at least the next 10 years. The first thing that happened was smoking rates have declined. That's fantastic. That's what was hoped would happen by the Prop 10. And then also new laws have accelerated the declines, especially the flavored tobacco ban. We know that people are still smoking flavored tobaccos. They're just not buying them from retailers locally and collecting the taxes. And then, of course, as each of you know, we're not growing the number of families in El Dorado County by leaps and bounds. So if we could address that, that would solve a lot of our issues in schools. Next slide, please. Membership, this is representative, this is our current membership, and several of those roles are by specific roles that they play in the county. For example, Tammy Chaco represents child welfare, Kyle Fleeflave represents public health, Dr. Sneeringer is a pediatrician at Barton and really brings that pediatrician medical provider, and then Lori Parlin has been our representative for almost all your terms, if not all.
No, just this is only my third year, I think,
this
on
is
it.
only your
Yeah,
third year.
Supervisor Novosel had it, and
That's right.
I'm like, I was excited to get put on the First Five, so yeah.
That's right. And Supervisor Parlin terms out this year, so it's going to be open to one of you. You're welcome to join us. We'd love to have you. One of the things that's unique to our commission in talking to our peers across the other 57 counties is we have a large parent representation. Many First Fives don't actually invite parents to be on their commissions unless they play another role that perhaps working with a nonprofit that's really beneficial. And I certainly see that as a positive, but we had Cody Stephenson, who you just appointed last week, who's a dad of young children. We also have Liz Meyer and Sylvia Puthuff, who are mothers with young children, and Sylvia is expecting another baby. So she's going to keep the First Five tradition going. And so that's something that we're very proud of, is that we have community voice on our commission. Next slide. As I mentioned, declining revenue means creative blending and braiding of funds. You guys are that's not a secret to you. First Five does contract with the County Office of Education for staffing, accounting, things like that. It also, in July, EDCO reorganized and put First Five with the newly developed Community Family and Child, Family, and Community Services Department, of which I'm the director. It also houses the Commission for Youth and Families. It also houses the Child Abuse Prevention Council, the Early Care and Education Council. So trying to really look to align all of those public-facing boards so that we're not duplicating and replicating efforts across all of those commissions. It is the staff of myself. Colleen Robinson is the only person fully funded by First Five currently, and then Kirsten Catlin is our program assistant. Collectively, we're about 1.6 FTE. So we have to do a lot with a staff of few. Next slide, please. As the community hub sunsetted and it was time for a new strategic plan, we have 3 initiatives, which are promote awareness, join existing initiatives in collaboration, and then create new initiatives. In this first year, our action plan was really promote first five is the experts of 0 to 5. In the community hubs model, we kind of lost our first five, if, for lack of a better word, our brand. People didn't know that we were just 0 to 5. They thought we were part of the community hubs, which we were. But now we're really getting back to basics about if you need support for your expecting for your young child, we're the people to come to. And so one of the things we're launching, and we're definitely going to need your support as supervisors in the next few months on this, is My Lantern, which is a El Dorado County. It's a platform that's across the country, but parents can opt in and get texts about age-appropriate things, about challenging behaviors. And it's by age. They say, I have a 2-year-old, so they might get a text that says, is your 2-year-old throwing temper tantrums? And then they can get information. It also allows us to send up to 3 messages to young families per week by zip code. So like if we're holding something in Georgetown, we can send it directly to Georgetown and say, we're going to be at the library doing a play group this day, join us. So we're really excited about that. It also is going to allow us in an emergency situation to reach our families if we were to have another Caldor fire, to really specifically target just our 0 to 5s because their needs might be different than families that have other things or our senior population. To launch this, we're going to be sending invitations to the parents who have already signed up to receive books through the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. So that's a really great list, but we're also hoping you'll share it in your newsletters. The very best part of the community hubs from our perspective was the play groups that took place in the library where parents could come and learn age-appropriate development things and also have interactions with other parents. We're still continuing these with 2 family specialists, one of which is funded by First Five or 1.0 FTE, but we're actually going outside of the libraries for the first time in many, many years. We're actually going, starting this month, to Pioneer Park to do an outdoor play group. And then we're also going to Georgetown, which will be our first play group that we've ever done at the Georgetown Library. They're letting us have some space there, as well as the Family Resource Center in South Lake Tahoe. So we're actually getting outside of the walls of just the library where we've been for the last 7 years. When we're talking about existing initiatives, we're going to continue our investment along with the library and Marcella Foundation to the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. I'm not sure if you've heard any of the statistics about that, but at this point, they have 37% of kids 0 to 5 in our county already enrolled and already receiving books every month. Their goal is hopefully to get around 45–50%. If we could get above that, that would be awesome. That's also something we can share with you that you could share with your constituents. And they've reached 4,114 children since they launched, and they've had 925 kids that have graduated. They become 5s. They don't get their free book every month. But in 2025, they distributed 30,621 books to little kids in our county, which is amazing. And 8% of those families are bilingual and receiving their books in Spanish. The other thing that's really exciting is a first for First Five is we're launching Book Buddies. It's a volunteer mentor program where volunteers are going to go into a TK program, sit once a week, being a consistent, caring adult and reading to kids, building that resiliency of having a positive person that shows up every week. The bonus is going to be early literacy. And there's already conversations happening with Big Brothers, Big Sisters, the Commission for Youth and Families about after TK, it's no longer First Five's role, right? So how do we move that into, it's the Commission for Youth and Families or another commission, maybe even the Child Abuse Prevention Council, that the same volunteer would move to 1st grade, to 2nd grade, to 3rd grade. So you've really created a mentor program to reduce adverse childhood experiences by having a positive childhood experience. Next slide. Some of the things that are different and unique about the First Five Commission than some of the other commissions in the county is we are required by state ordinance to have an external audit of our financials. We have an annual evaluation plan that's required by both First Five California and the state. And then we also have multiple layers of state reporting to make sure that we're using those funds appropriately and with transparency. Next slide. From your deck of slides, the role in the county's strategic goals is really healthy communities, improved health and well-being and self-sufficiency of El Dorado County communities, residents and visitors. Again, our family specialists are often connecting families to diapers, to food, to mental health specialists for 0 to 5, which I'm not sure if you're even aware that Infant Parent Center provides services for mental health families who have little kids that are experiencing mental health, or parents that are struggling with postpartum depression. We can connect them to those kinds of things. And also, we are very proud of good governance, achieve the best possible process for making and implementing decisions characterized by honesty, integrity, accountability, transparency, responsiveness, equitability, inclusion, effectiveness, efficiency, and following the rule of law. We've not had a finding in any of our reports in over 19 years. Very proud of that fact. Next slide. I know I'm the only person between you guys and lunch.
You're doing great.
I want to thank you for your continued support of the children and families in our county. They are the next generation of El Dorado County, and coordinated systems assure bright futures for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna.
Great, great. Yeah, great presentation. Yep.
Yeah.
Any questions or
No, I just.
comments? Come on, Lori.
Well, I don't because I'm on the commission, so
I know you do.
And I do my best to try to report out to the board when we do things. So hopefully, you guys feel like I share information. It's hard when you're on one of these committees to remember the things to share that we think are, important to the board at the same time. So hopefully I do a good job of that. And, but yeah, I appreciate all the work you do. The transition from the hubs was it was rough, and it was a little, I think we were all kind of nervous about what we were going to do, but I think everybody's handled it really well. And thank you for stepping into Kathy's shoes, which was so hard. So thank you, Deanna. And there's Colleen back there and everybody. So, and then our new person, and because I haven't, Kirsten, we have a new staff member too that I'm just getting the hang of her name. So anyway, it's a great group over there and really appreciate it.
Well-oiled machine.
Yep.
Thank you all very much.
Have you, it's one question, have you considered or have you partnered maybe with the El Dorado Hills CSD? I mean, they've got a pretty vast network of outreach and facilities.
Not in the first 5 arena, but that's not in my experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and I don't want to speak, I certainly can't speak for them, but it might be an opportunity for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I used to be over the Child Abuse Prevention Council and the CAPC, the child and the LPC we used to, and that's definitely something that we're looking at, like across our department. How can we better reach families without duplication? And so I love that you're thinking that way.
Oh, yeah. I just want to say thank you for being out at Pioneer Park, especially on Community Hub Day.
Yep.
I think it was great. Everybody works together and stuff, especially with the El Dorado County Food Bank and distributing food to the residents, especially impacted by the Caldor fire.
I will send you the flyer for April 24th, which is going to be the first play day at the play group at Pioneer Park, an outdoor play group.
Awesome.
I just thought about that. Alrighty.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Deanna, and everyone else for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, hey, we're on time.
Yeah.
Do you want to break for lunch or squeeze in a closed session?
It's at your discretion. I mean, there's
Wanna
only a
just do
couple,
closed
we can
session
do
at
them
the
at the
end?
end if it's easier.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's just break for lunch until 1 o'clock.
Yes, please.
And then we will hear one more item and close session at the end of the day. Thank you. All right, here we go. It is 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. We'll move into open forum. At this point, we'll now take open forum comments. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on today's agenda. Anybody in the boardroom?
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please be sure to unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Yep.
You may begin.
Hi, Caleb Armstrong. I'm the current president and CEO of Nonprofit Construction Corporation. There's some packets here that Kim will be passing out to you guys. I'm excited about this announcement. It's pretty cool. This is, I'll just go for it. Many of you know us as Nonprofit Construction Corporation and the work we've done here, reducing construction costs, building homes, and actively participating in rebuilding efforts within our community. What I want to share today is an important evolution of that work. We are transitioning from Nonprofit Construction Corporation to Nonprofit Community Catalyst. This isn't a change in the mission, it's an expansion of it. Everything you've seen us do up to this point continues. We're still building homes, we're still lowering construction costs, and we're still focused on making home ownership attainable. What we've proven is through our work, we've demonstrated something important. When you reduce the cost of construction by purchasing costs at material, eliminating markups, leveraging partnerships, you do not just make housing cheaper, you fundamentally change the affordability and what that looks like. Families are able to enter home ownership at lower cost while the homes themselves still hold market value. That creates a real outcome, the access to equity from day one, not years down the road, immediately upon entering a home at 120% area median income. And because these are non-deed restricted homes, families are not limited in how they grow from there. They can build equity, create financial stability, and participate fully in local economy. The expansion, what we're doing now, taking that model and extending it beyond housing. We're using our projects to develop people, not just properties. Supporting individuals entering trades, helping workers grow into independent contractors, creating opportunities for small businesses within our community. From construction services to rural industries, this becomes a local economic engine, not just a housing effort. In rural communities like ours, housing doesn't exist in a vacuum. We need workforce, we need local business growth, we need sustainability and economic circulation. This business model will generate dollars locally, provide jobs locally, and ownership locally. This is not about replacing existing housing efforts, though programs provide important housing stability. What NPC is designed to do is complement that by creating it. Now, as Nonprofit Community Catalyst, we have a clear pathway to homeownership, business growth, and long-term independence. We're taking a model you've already seen, action, and expanding it into something that delivers jobs, housing, business growth, and ownership within our system. We're not just building homes anymore. We're building a pathway for people to own their future. I'm excited about this. You'll go through the packet. You'll see kind of our counseling diagrams, our flow charts. We're working with one single mother to start a business event program, another one to start a bookkeeping business, and then we're going to be hiring some framers that have just been pretty much general laborers, and we're going to help them transition to general contractors.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Hello. We have house in South Lake Tahoe, and we come for holidays and things. I have children. I have sons and daughters, and I would like if you can help me stop abuse and the torture of my children. This happens for a long since they're little, since their father took custody order for himself only. I have these things going on. in Santa Clara County and also here in El Dorado County. Also, in my house, always breaking people breaking in, and they are stealing personal items like clothes of my children and things like that. Damaging the property is one thing, but also stealing personal items for stealing DNA. And if you can help me, it's a family. We are family, and we are trying to be family. Um, then again, they are coming home abused. My daughters have. For example, since they are little, since they went to elementary school, they would come home with teeth pulled out, then teeth broken, then spine, parts of the spine damaged, and this all happens outside of our home, and there is all kind of these things going on with them. They would be blackmailed to talk with me in a specific way. They were not allowed to talk with me, or they have a if they talk with me, they get interrogated and then abused, and then they would given orders how to speak and how to think about me, or how to this is something going on for many years, and I would like if you can help me. Recently I found on Instagram Reels a video of my son, one of my sons, with his hair fallen off, ear cut off, and
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're allowed 3 minutes to speak, okay? If I would suggest if you have specific issues reporting of a crime, you report them to the sheriff's department or South Lake Tahoe Police if you're in South Lake Tahoe. But your time is up for the 3 minutes.
I
Thank you.
I was
Thank you very much.
I was talking with police a lot,
Okay, ma'am.
and it doesn't actually the thing got worse,
Ma'am,
and it's
ma'am,
it got worse.
your time is up. Your time is up in this room. There's no more time for public comment.
So I would
Thank you.
like your input. If you can tell me what can you do?
We don't provide input on this DS right now. Okay. Thank you, Jim. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak?
Well, good afternoon, Board.
Good
Long
afternoon.
time no see. Kathy Dunkek, El Dorado County Fair. I'm here with a request for the board to consider and perhaps have staff investigate the possibility of asking the sheriff's department to obtain 100% jurisdiction over county buildings, which is part of the fairgrounds. Right now, we currently have the benefit of, with the navigation center being added, we had an increased traffic, just like I know we did up here, of people that did not take care or respect our property. We've benefited from the sheriff's security officers who've helped greatly. It was at the point where our staff was being threatened, and we're not trained for that kind of activity. Right now, we recently had a problem with a known person known to both EDSO as well as PPD. He's been trespassed from our property, the county buildings, even the state armory property many times. Showed up on the weekend when the security officers aren't here. PPD does not have the resources that it takes to actually arrest somebody like this. He had been trespassed. He showed up Saturday night. We called PPD. He was not taken to jail, which is my understanding is the process after several trespass citations. Monday morning, I find out that he broke into the armory. He vandalized a state truck, probably totaling the truck, as well as the buildings. There's a lot of unwell addicts mentally ill people that we have no place for, and I understand that. However, we're totally vulnerable on the weekends and on the evenings, which is when most of our events take place. I calculated that, I know the fairgrounds is about 50 acres. Other than this building up here and across the freeway, Bree Road, I don't know of any other county-owned property within the city limits. That comes up to about 2.7% of the square space of the city limits. I did speak with Sheriff Lykoff about this directly, and he explained that it's been in the works. I've heard that for a really long time, not only from the sheriff, but also from the former chief. And I know finances is a consideration. However, 2.7% of the space, I don't think is a lot to ask. And I think that what they could do to stop the problems would help. So again, to be clear, because I'm not being very clear, I'm actually begging this board to consider allowing the sheriff's department to be our law enforcement go-to 24/7. Thank you.
You were clear, Kathy. We got your message.
You got my message?
We got it. We got it.
It's been a day.
Yeah, it has.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the boardroom wish to speak? All right, move to online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from out here at the Triple Junction. Headed up to Kirkwood today, hoping for some good spring skiing. We got a little bit of snow there the other day, and it's really extended their season quite well. I've had so much fun there the last 4 days, or last 4 times I went skiing over the last week. Heavenly's now closed, which brings me to a subject. They've finally done a shuttle from South Lake Tahoe out through the Y and to Myers and then to Kirkwood. And this is something that I've been suggesting to management, but maybe if they heard something from our District 5 board member to clear some of the traffic by having regularly year-round scheduled service out to Kirkwood. Because a lot of the destination people, they don't have an automobile, they have nowhere to get out there, even though over the last month, Kirkwood's had decidedly the better snow conditions. Also, still wondering about the film commissioner praising Governor Newsom. I really could not believe that. I hope that's just not our board's view that the governor's doing a great job on anything. The only thing he's doing a great job on is spending our money. Also, no to Town and Country. Let's keep that one off the agenda, and it just doesn't deserve it. And notice, 1 mile notice for cell towers, or WTFs, if you will. I understand that the letters don't come across real great, but maybe if we put some red letters on the outside of those notices of public hearing, that might help. Finally, just the other day I stopped at the building where the board meets, and there were some homeless folks, 3 males, kind of hovering over this, not elderly, but older female there. And I called the PPD to get a welfare check on this, or this woman, because it just seemed like a very strange situation. I'm not sure I'd want to be a woman surrounded by 3 men. Anyway, so that kind of goes back to
Thank you.
before. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Go ahead, Tara. Tara, go ahead.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello, board. Thank you for taking my call.
Good afternoon. My call today is on item number 14. George.
Tara, hang on. So we already heard 14.
Okay,
I'll let you speak on this, but
okay, it'll be in
please-
general format. Yep.
Please familiarize yourself with our protocols for public
New
comment.
protocols. I'm trying to. Thank you. Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so a lot of people, we've had discussions within the county of this program, and we're trying to get information on this program. I called county council, county CAO. I called each of the departments. Nobody can give us information. I'm not saying yes or no. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I just want to get information on why we're giving public taxpayer dollars to private entities to rebuild residences in Grizzly Flats. I've worked for the state for 35 years. To my knowledge, it is illegal to give public funds, taxpayer dollars, for private entities. So can anybody explain to me why we are rebuilding homes in Grizzly Flats on taxpayer dollars? And I don't expect it today. We would like to hear this at area planning advisory committees. We would like to hear this at Cameron Park advisory committees. We have a lot of people that have a lot of interest to find out why the county today is $550,000. It's not just $550,000. We have county staff, many county staff hours. We have county county consultants. We have all the developed plans and resources that have been used. Do we have a audit? Do we have? We're going to be asking for this. We're going to be asking for the audit, the financial accounting of all this money that's going to rebuild. I think I was just reading this, up to 12 residences, or minimum of 12 residences. I'm just at a loss of it. It is always illegal for taxpayer dollars to be funding private entities. So how is El Dorado County doing this? Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. Just wanted to chat a little bit about historical preservation and note a couple of features of which some of you as supervisors may know of. Most specifically, I'd like to focus a little bit of my attention today on Shingle Springs. Supervisor Parlin is quite aware of. That's a very unique area. What I'm speaking about is the railroad block. We have some historic structures there that Marlon Guinea had worked on in preserving. That relates to the people who worked there in Shingle Springs at the depot or on the railroad between Sacramento and Shingle Springs at the time. Historical lesson is that the railroad ended there 1865 and didn't find its way up to Placerville until 1888. So quite a gap in time. There was a round table there for taking the locomotives and turning them in order to direct them back up to Sacramento. From a archaeological perspective, all of that is still there. It needs to be explored upon, and in the future, we hope be able to do that. But there's also 3 small buildings that were what they call crew quarters. And if you go by there and if you're going towards Sacramento from Placerville and you're on Mother Lode and you look to the right, you'll see those. Or if you're coming up from Sacramento and on Mother Lode, currently there's a cafe called the Wise Gals that are doing a really good job in terms of marketing their business there at the depot. And there's a lot of people coming and going. So the uniqueness of this area is, I believe, critically important to economic development. And therefore, I look to the future for your support in helping to make sure that these buildings are preserved and not allowed to just demolish over time and neglect. Thank you much for the time today.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will close public comment. And we will move on to item number 18. Presentation by the CAO and Health and Human Services. Ms. Dawson, if you would read it into the record.
Item number 18 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation from California State Association of Counties on House Resolution HR 1, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign letters to the governor, the President Pro Tem of the Senate, and the Speaker of the Assembly requesting state action to mitigate severe fiscal and operational impacts of HR 1 on county safety net programs.
All right, thank you. Olivia, are you going to start? Welcome, Olivia Byron Cooper, Director of Health and Human Services. And thank you, Jim, for your help.
Good afternoon, Olivia Byron Cooper, Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. I am very pleased to welcome Graham, who is the CEO of CSAC, here to talk about the impacts of HR 1 on Health and Human Services. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you.
Welcome, Graham.
Good afternoon. I am, as Olivia indicated, I'm Graham Knaus. I'm the CEO of the California State Association of Counties. And so that means that I have the great opportunity to represent all 5 members of this board and the other 291 supervisors in the state of California. And I'm going to spend a few moments just briefly talking about who we are and what we do on your behalf, and then I'll walk through HR 1 and what we are seeking from you and other counties related to it. CSAC is in its 131st year. So we are the second oldest county association in the country. Still trying to take out Pennsylvania because they're standing in the way, but we're 131 years old, and we were created by supervisors for supervisors and have broadened to represent all of counties over our tenure. Our core is to speak on your behalf in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C., to make sure that your county's voice is heard, that your community has a seat at the table when state and federal policymaking is occurring. And that will certainly be true as I talk about HR 1 today and what we're seeking to accomplish. So that's our core in terms of advocacy. Our board adopts our priorities each year. And so that is our guide as we navigate through that. Supervisor Ferrero sits on said board. And so we're thankful for his service on your county's behalf with us. There are a variety of other things that we do that touch on running the national model for county leadership and policy development through our California Counties Foundation. We have a business arm that generates about half of our revenue in creating best-in-class services for counties where it makes sense. So that could be deferred comp for your employer, for your employees. We have a real estate business that can serve as the county realtor to the degree that you lack capacity to do so, and a variety of other services touching on transportation and bond conduit financing, all sorts of things. And so if those have value, great. If you already have what you need in hand, great, as long as your community is meeting its needs. And I'll leave the part of CSAC right at that point and begin to transition into HR 1 and why I'm specifically here today. Flashback to July of last year, HR 1 was signed by the president after navigating its way through Congress. It makes a number of changes, and I'm going to talk about here today, that primarily impact what California knows as the Medi-Cal program, and the CalFresh program, and there's some other implications I'll chat about as well. But the starting point is counties are the providers. So the federal government creates policy, so does the state, and it is at the county level that the work actually gets done. And some of that you choose, and some of that is mandated by the federal and state government. And that certainly is true for some of what I'm talking about here today. So this specific changes that came out of HR 1 really are a fundamental shift in the interrelationship between the federal government, state government, and counties. And this is true in California, and it's true across the country. And so counties are the providers of last resort. I'll talk more about that as I get through this. But there's an indigent care role that has not been relevant for 13 years and is now coming back as a result of HR 1. So that is true. And counties also are the eligibility workforce on behalf of the state and federal government in determining who is eligible for which program and navigating through that. Counties are also the behavioral health provider, particularly for severe mental illness, and we'll chat about that. That's not a direct impact of HR 1, but there are considerable impacts in the way behavioral health will be provided as a result of it. And so the changes I'm going to talk about touch on direct cost shifts, which is just the federal government reducing its support, the state not providing any additional support to make that up, and so that falling onto the county. So there's that portion of things. And then there's increased workload to determine whether someone is eligible or not. And so we'll talk about that as we move through this. What we have done over the past several months is pull an all-county family effort together. And so CSAC is leading this effort that includes RCRC, it includes UCC for the urbans, and it also includes all the policy affiliates that are running the departments that are impacted on your behalf and on behalf of other counties across the state. And we began this effort really to assess what are the true impacts of HR 1, what does that mean on the ground in counties and to your community and to your charge to navigate a responsible and responsive budget to the residents of El Dorado County. So that was the beginning point. Let's get out of the business of folks framing what they think it is and just look at what the reality is in terms of community impacts. And what we learned is that there are $6 to $9.5 billion each year in additional cost increases to counties as a result of HR 1. And that hits in a few different areas. That is a result of having indigent care come back where you are that provider of last resort for folks who otherwise would have been covered under the Medi-Cal program. There are 1.4 million individuals that had been on the Medi-Cal program that are assumed to no longer be on it as a result of HR 1. And a portion of those will end up on the county mandated indigent care program. So that's where those come from. For those 12 counties that have a public hospital, a county-run public hospital, there are significant revenue losses in terms of those. But I'll talk more about that in a second because there's a rural piece to this that's critically important as well. There's the county workforce, and this is a function of instead of annually determining whether someone is eligible for the Medi-Cal program and for the CalFresh program under HR 1, that must occur twice a year. So that's double the workload associated with that. And there's some additional workload impacts associated with that I'll touch on in a moment. And then finally, as I mentioned, behavioral health, there's some indirect impacts that are relevant as we navigate through this. So what we have put together through the county family is a budget request of the state. And the starting point is when we saw the proposed January budget for the state, what it had in it around HR 1 was this, 0. There was not one reference or acknowledgement that HR 1 had any impact on counties, nor awareness in the discussion and in the document that you are delivering services on behalf of the state. And if you're going to be doing that, they need to fund those services so you can deliver them in your community. And so the January budget both didn't acknowledge that it was present and had an impact. It also went further in making it worse. And so there's some, in addition to the federal impacts of HR 1, there are additional state level impacts that are layered on top of that through the proposed January budget. And so this budget request responds to both of those things. And it's a this is a 2-year request. And so we're seeking $1.9 billion from the state in the upcoming budget and $4.5 billion next year and on an ongoing basis when we get beyond 27-28. This chart highlights where those dollars came from, and really they came from counties. And so we work directly with the policy affiliates, those that are running health departments, those that are running public hospitals, those that are running behavioral health, those that are determining eligibility to get a sense for what those impacts would mean. And what all these numbers, what they all assume is that of the 1.4 million individuals that will fall off of Medi-Cal, 1/3 of those will become a county responsibility through indigent care or one of these other programs. So what that means is about 880,000, the other portion would not receive any service, any Medi-Cal, CalFresh. So our assumption is 1/3 that fall off will end up receiving services in the county, and the other 2/3 would not receive services on behalf of the county. So I mentioned indigent care, so let's talk about it. Back in 1935, the state of California put in place Welfare and Institutions Code 17,000. And what it said, there's not a lot of language attached to it. It basically just says counties are the providers of last resort. You must fund some level of catastrophic care for individuals who have no other option in your community. Each county sets up indigent care in the manner in which it so chooses. And so that often translates to intermittent sort of catastrophic care with a share of cost for individuals that receive it. And so it's important to note that that is not what Medi-Cal provides. What Medi-Cal provides is full health coverage for individuals. And so think of it like your private health insurance plan. That's what Medi-Cal is providing. What indigent care provides is far, far lower in terms of level of service and care to individuals. And that is true in every county in California. So notwithstanding that counties set their own eligibility criteria, whatever that eligibility has been in the past, it's much lower than what was covered under the Medi-Cal program. Counties fit into 3 different groups, and they are laid out here on this map. You see a lot of orange, and you're part of the orange. For the 35 counties that have under 300,000 population, they are part of CMSP, the County Medical Services Program. That's been in place for multiple decades, and they essentially are your provider. And so they, rather than have every individual county with a smaller level of capacity have to create its own program, CMSP was formed such that you could have more of a pooled insurance approach that allows a greater sense of scale to attract more providers and to be more responsive and cost-effective in your communities. And so CMSP has been in place for multiple decades, as I indicated, and would be your indigent care provider. Now, naturally, they don't do that for free. They are doing that through what's known as your realignment dollars. And one of the challenges that we have here is that the state took those back when the Affordable Care Act was put into place, because those dollars were no longer needed as folks were then covered under Medi-Cal. County's costs went to zero. However, now your costs are going up and the state still has that money. And so your revenue source to fund this responsibility lives with the state, which is obviously why we are seeking dollars from the state so that you can provide said services. The other two groupings of counties are the 12 that run a public hospital, and then there's a group of counties that are kind of in the middle, similar to your neighbor Placer, where they've had a clinic-based system and a series of contracts with providers in the community. And so they're kind of in between a CMSP county and a public hospital county. In terms of the multi-year request for 2026-27, that is $761 million. And of that amount, the first 200 is really about rebuilding a system that hasn't been in place for more than 12 years. And so it's the contracts that were in place, many of the clinics that were in communities, they've gone away. And need to come back in order for this care to be delivered. And so it's recognizing that part of it. And the other portion, that $561 million would be direct for the services that need to be provided. And those numbers include that covers all 58 counties in the budget year. That's $761 million. That's about a half year in terms of what the implementation would be. And then on a going forward basis, there's assumed to be there's a $2.4 billion request to ensure that those services are covered. When we look at the public hospitals, they have, as part of the budget request, it's $500 million in the budget year, and then that grows in the out years. This is a place really to talk about rural hospitals, because rural hospitals face unique challenges. Many of them are barely surviving before this. Glenn County had a rural hospital that just closed that they're seeking to try to reopen. And there are about half a dozen others in different parts of the state that are really struggling in the same way. And often what occurs is there's an engagement with the county when a public hospital is on the brink of bankruptcy or collapsing. And so that has occurred. But you have very limited dollars at your discretion to begin with to manage your own priorities. That's a very difficult ask of the county. But we are continuing to push to ensure that rural hospitals are appropriately recognized in terms of the unique challenges that they face, and the need for additional funding from the state to ensure their stability. And so we're working with the California Hospital Association on that very thing to ensure that those hospitals remain in place. There is the Rural Health Transformation Fund that was part of HR 1. That is national in scope. The amount of money that California received, $234 million. For a state with 40 million people, that's not very much money. That's about $6 per person. And so California, I believe, received the lowest per capita amount in the country related to the Rural Health Transformation Fund. And so that on its own is not going to be sufficient in order to keep so many of these rural hospital doors open. So we're seeking more from that from the state. This is simply the ongoing dollars associated with that. So let me talk about eligibility work for a second. The county workforce, so your employees do the eligibility work on behalf of the state and the federal government. It's a critical service that is provided. They do it well. It is incredibly complex, and it's made more and more complex almost every year by either the state or the federal government. They both have some ownership over this. And in order to do the additional work that is being required under HR 1, there's an estimate of additional 2,000 eligibility workers needed statewide to do the Medi-Cal eligibility work. and 400 to 500 for CalFresh. And that's a function of doubling the frequency of determining when folks are eligible. There's also a cost shift that is occurring as part of eligibility, but it's also a function of having under HR 1 what is a new work requirement associated with it. And what's interesting about that is that both for CalFresh and for Medi-Cal, the vast majority of individuals receiving those services are working. And the reason for that is because healthcare and food don't pay your rent. So you have to find some way to do that. And so the vast majority are working in often unstable jobs where their schedules are changing. It might be 25 hours this week and 38 hours next week. And so there's variability in those schedules. In order for them to come and prove that they are working, they often then need to take time off, which is unpaid, to then show that they are working, which is a bit crazy making, but we are attempting to partner with the state as much as possible to find other systems through EDD or a variety of other systems that might help ensure that those folks who were working and receiving CalFresh and Medi-Cal and otherwise eligible, that they would not have to then go through another step to prove that they're working. So we're going through that. We don't know how successful that will be, but we're seeking to limit that as much as possible for those individuals that we know that are actually working. For the eligibility request overall, it's $373 million in the budget year and a bit more, 402 in the budget or in 27-28. This also includes a request to hold counties harmless for what are known as federal penalties due to error rates. And error rates are, sometimes there are errors, so that happens. And they are often with respect to someone being slightly overpaid or slightly underpaid, say for a CalFresh benefit. So for example, if you work 25 hours this week and 38 hours next week, and then 33 hours the week after that, your benefit level is going to be going up and down depending upon what that the amount of hours you're working, the amount of income that you're producing. And so each time your income changes, there's a 10-day period where all that needs to be worked through, embedded in the system, and gone back to the program. And if that whole process does not occur in sufficient time, it's considered an error. And so those occur because folks are in unstable employment. So it's certainly something that does happen. And we want to ensure that the county isn't creating that dynamic. And so you shouldn't be penalized to the degree that federal or state rules are necessitating this occurring. So we're seeking to hold you harmless there. We're also seeking a waiver on part of your cost share related to the increased workload associated with this, since it's certainly it's a mandated function that is coming to you. So let me talk about behavioral health for just a second. The behavioral health impacts are a little different. For the individuals, the 1.4 million individuals currently covered under Medi-Cal, Medi-Cal covers their mild to moderate behavioral health issues. And so though to the degree that those individuals are no longer receiving mild to moderate behavioral health services, there's an estimate of the number of those that will likely deteriorate to the degree that they then have a severe behavioral health issue that needs to be addressed. And when that occurs, the county's required to resolve it, or required to, they're now eligible to receive county services. And so there's a population that may not have otherwise deteriorated to a point of severe behavioral health needs that is likely to due to folks no longer being covered by Medi-Cal. So that's part of the behavioral health impact. The other part of it is simply that part of the behavioral health structure in the state of California relies heavily on Medi-Cal as a fund source. And that fund source is going away in a number of places. And so for some individuals, the services are exactly the same, but the payer now becomes all the county as opposed to being shared with the state and the federal government. So that's a portion of this request as well. So $224 million in 26-27, and then growing to a full year number of $828 million in 27-28. And so that's nearly a $2 billion request of the state in this year. It is very uncommon for us to have anywhere remotely close to a county ask of the state of billions of dollars. And so this is highly unusual. And it's also highly unusual that you have such a magnitude of costs that are shifting to you and of increased responsibility shifting to you without a fund source. And so that's why we are where we are today. And so we are requesting a support letter of your board related to HR1 impacts in this specific budget request. We're also suggesting folks meet with their legislative delegation so that they are familiar with what these impacts are and the importance of the state prioritizing this issue in the state budget. And that includes also meeting here in your community with your delegation, but also potentially going down to Sacramento as well. What we are continuing to do, we've had a full education day with the legislature and the administration, including the governor's office. That has already occurred. We made some decent progress with that. That was all county family in its structure. We have since then, this proposal has been out for now 2 weeks as of today. And we are presenting it to every member of the legislature. So that is happening today and tomorrow. They were out last week. And so they will all have it. We've already had a number of meetings in the legislature around this. There are many more that need to occur, but the core of us making progress is actually about the voice of counties, and that is your direct voice. That is what's most impactful, because the collective of you and your colleagues, all 296 of you, have something that's unique, which is it is only the governor who represents the same, who can also say that they represent all residents of the state in terms of state policy. And so that is the governor and its counties. There are other constitutional officers of the state that have specific responsibilities, but on the whole, there's no other entity, no other level of government, and it's certainly not the legislature that can lay claim to representing every individual in the state. They do as a whole, but it's California counties really that serve every resident in the state of California. And you can only do that which the state funds you to do. And that is our core message, and along with every county needs to have the resources, the authority, and the flexibility to do things in a way that makes sense to you. And that is different in El Dorado than it is in Fresno and Alameda and in San Diego. And it's different because your community is different. And we think the state should recognize that and give you what you need, the tools that you need in order to be successful on behalf of your community. And so I'm delighted to be here today and happy to engage in any questions or dialogue that the board may wish to have.
Well, as always, thank you. Excellent presentation, as always. Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
I think it just continues to lead to the one-size-fits-all mentality, and it just doesn't work that way. I'm not sure how we get their attention. Obviously, this letter of support will be good, and I think there'll be a lot of counties unified in it, but they don't tend to listen very well. So we've got to get their attention somehow. I'm not sure what. In my report here in a little bit, we're going to talk about SB 1087, which is SB 365 replacement. again, it's a one size fits all mentality, and it just doesn't work in these rural areas. And we're not the same as LA County or LA City or, so forth. So I applaud your efforts, and from me, and I'm sure the rest of us will be right there with you, trying to help wherever we can. And we've got to get some change.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Lori, you got anything?
Well, yeah. So when I heard you were coming, I reached out to Olivia and, asked what were some really thoughtful questions, to help us, because this is so overwhelming, honestly. I've heard, I was on the Sac State, that was me, Sac State, the CSAC webinar last week and listened in and, learned something new today. I mean, every time I hear about this, I learn something new. It's just so big. So you were provided with a list of questions that we came up with. And so do you think you could address a couple of them? I mean, one of them that we get hit with often and recently is just the IHSS workers keep showing up to the county asking for us to give them a raise. And I personally know some folks that work in the program, and they've asked me, like, should I take time off of working to come to the Board of Supervisors to ask for a raise? And I said, I don't think it's worth your time, because truly that is supposed to be funded through the state, and I keep going, why isn't your group of IHSS people going to the state and asking? And I think going to the state is also overwhelming, for folks. And so is there anywhere in here where IHSS is going to be addressed for more funding, or there's some programs in the past that were, I'm thinking of some environmental services things where the counties are able to give it back to the state to do. Can we give IHS back to the state? Say, hello, you take care of it, since they don't want to fund it and to the level that we need. Just thoughts on that even.
Yeah, Supervisor Parlin, the IHSS program is intended to be funded through what's known as the 1991 realignment, which is currently 3 years behind on funding your actual costs. And so you are in a place today without doing anything in the program where the revenue does not meet your cost obligations. And that is true in every county in California, wherever the wage might be. And so there's a fundamental problem in terms of the structure associated with that. But the January proposed budget of the state actually makes it worse, not better.
Oh, no.
And so there's a $200+ million proposed cost shift to counties related to IHSS that would put you even further behind. And so we're in conversations with the legislature and the administration around that. That's a very difficult place to be. Certainly the state is looking for its own savings in the program. The revenue that you have is already insufficient. So adding more costs, certainly that doesn't work. That's not math. That's not real math. And so that's not really a viable solution. And so that's part of the challenge. I do think it's critically important for folks in the legislature to understand what your reality is, which is this is not political in any way. You can only do what you're funded to do. Counties are arms of the state. If the state doesn't fund it, how can you do it? And so it's pretty basic. The amount of discretionary general fund that you have is very, very small. And largely goes to fund public safety, as it does in every other county, because that's not funded externally to the degree that other things might be. And so you have very, very little room to work with. And it really is about a 1-for-1 of, if costs go up in one place for a mandated service, you almost have no choice but to reduce your investment in public safety. And that's not a choice that any board should have to make, but it's potentially real. So we're first trying to make it not worse And then want to see what opportunities we have to make it better. And in all programs that you're mandated to provide, to the degree that you are not sufficiently funded for it, then there needs to be some level of acknowledgement and greater flexibility in what you are responsible to deliver. Because you can't print money. That doesn't happen.
Right.
And so that, like, having an honest conversation where the state budget then reflects counties are going to do these 38 things and they're going to fund them to this degree. And that means these things over here are not going to be done anymore. Or these things will be done to a lesser degree because you can only fund what you receive revenues to fund. I mean, it's like a sixth grader can say this out loud. So we're really focused on that. We also would say the state budget's general fund is in excess of $300 billion. And so we would say budget's a reflection of priorities. Yeah. If you were going to mandate counties to do something, there is money within a $300 billion general fund to do that. So that's our ask. And if we need to make it louder, we will make it louder. If we do it together, that is always more powerful. And so we want to continue to do that. But it is critically important that we elevate our voice to the greatest degree possible and think as strategically as we can in partnership with you as you're representing your community on whether it's HR1 or IHSS or any other policy issue.
Yeah, and I understand, the budgets are a reflection of priorities, 100%. We say that here all the time. And also the fact that, counties can only do what the state funds us to do. I love those words, but I don't know if the legislators know that. I feel that they come up with these mandates and pieces of legislation as if, and counties can't run at a deficit too. Do they know that? I mean, there's just fundamental things. I don't know if the folks at the state level understand, and it's so frustrating. And the realignment dollars they just feel so insincere, the whole thing. And so I'm looking at the draft of the letter. I'm just wondering if those fundamental things should be at the very front of it. Budgets are a reflection of priorities. That needs to be in there at the very beginning in my mind. And we can only do what you fund us to do. I don't think the legislators know that. They don't seem to act in that way. I know at RCRC, and I know you're aware of the effort we're pushing on test claims right now, left and right, trying to find the resources, because it's quite a process to do the test claims. But the state used to do that more frequently. And I don't know what happened over the last decade or so where they just kind of stopped funding things. But we are just at I don't know. It's like this, we're at this point where it's just not doable. So when something's not doable and they say we have to do it, where are we going to end up? And honestly, another one of our questions was, how confident are you that our budget request here is going to be met? Because it's going to determine how we perform. And what if we can't perform?
Yeah, well, it's a very good question.
Sorry, I went on a tirade.
So let me look inside this crystal ball.
Yeah, exactly.
What I can say is the education day around HR1 was very impactful. So the initial responses there were very positive, which means there is growing awareness, not sufficient yet, but there's growing awareness in the legislature of what the problem is and that there's a need to do something. So that's positive news. This request, the legislature's been out of town for the last week, so we're going to now have more significant conversations with them specific to this request, which now has a number attached to it, linked to their state budget. And so I'm not totally sure how that's going to play out, but the initial conversations on the request have been positive. We made very clear, we're not asking for a small amount of money because what counties are being asked to do can't be funded with a small amount of money. And what we said was the county family is going to come together and put together a responsible, modest proposal that allows the greatest level of mitigation of harm in communities. Like, that's all we're trying to do. And so, as I indicated, 2/3 of those that would drop off of Medi-Cal are assumed to not be served under what this request is. And that might be correct, or it could be incorrect, in which case the request would need to be adjusted appropriately. And we've said that as much as well. I believe that there should be an expectation of dollars coming out of the state budget connected to this. What that looks like, I don't know, and what the structure of it is, and if it's exactly what we just talked about, or if it's something else, I don't know either. But I do know that the only way we're going to get there is to have them hear from you and your colleagues across the state, because you are elected, and you have to deliver the services in a way that they do not. But many of them do feel a compelling need to have a balanced state budget that does reflect priorities. And so hearing from you helps to shape those priorities. We're also working on a media-related strategy to ensure that there's broader public awareness associated with this, because that's really important. And so we're starting with the major media markets, because that's where the large majority of the legislature is connected. And then we will move from there as well, because the story might be a little different in rural areas, but it is equally as compelling. And in some cases, it's even more compelling, because when that rural hospital closes, it closes for everyone. Like, it doesn't matter if you are uninsured or you are on Medi-Cal or you have private insurance. When the hospital closes, it closes to everyone. The ER closes to everyone. And so then having healthcare and no hospital, like, that doesn't work. And so that's a very real issue in a growing number of counties. And that has to be recognized publicly as well, in both small and larger media markets. And so we're working on that too.
No, I think that's a great idea too, to have a public media, because that messaging, will hit home for a lot of folks. And call your legislators, have them support our request. That would be a really smart campaign. I like it. So thank you. And I know you didn't have answers to my questions. I knew that, because we just don't know, but I really appreciate you being here and sharing with us, what you think we should be doing to help out. And I guess we're all going to be making some phone calls.
Was there a number that the federal government cut from the state? What was that? Was it the 9.5 billion, or how?
So the state's direct impact in the budget year is about 1.4 billion. That they're covering. That doesn't have anything to do with counties and what you're required to do. That's just a function of the state portion. So they covered their portion while not acknowledging that anything is happening in counties at all. There's some out year impacts of the state that are much greater than that, but those have not yet occurred. And there are efforts to try to mitigate those as well. But the initial proposed state budget did include covering their costs and ignoring yours, which is what we're trying to change.
We had a webinar, CSAC hosted a webinar last week, and it was, to your point, Brian, one size doesn't fit all for counties, but I forget her name, that the supervisor from LA was leading the topic
she
on
did.
this, on this issue. It's affecting all 58 counties. I think all 58 are probably going to get behind your efforts. It was suggested that in addition to the letters, we go lobby our legislatures in Sacramento, because it has a bigger impact than that their district offices. I've talked to Olivia about doing that in partnership, possibly, where we can maybe divide and conquer.
Yeah.
It just, going to the meetings at CSAC, and whether it's transportation or this, and in the state's always saying, we need more money. We need more money. We need to make people pay their fair share. We're at a point where we've been paying our fair share for decades, they're spending it wrong. And to your point, they have a $350 billion budget. Realign the money. Let's defund, stop spending the money on things like, I don't want to get political, the bullet train, and hold people accountable for fraud. There's money. We're just, we're not spending it correctly.
It's those priorities, yep.
You said, or someone said in that webinar, to try to meet with our legislators prior to the May revise. When is that? Is there a date for, is that by the end of May or?
May 14th or May 14th.
Okay, so it's gonna have to be.
Quick.
So where we're at now in terms of the process, the governor's initial budget proposal is on the table. The legislature is holding public hearings on the budget. There was one held yesterday on HR 1 that was only about counties. And so we were heavily involved in that. And so there were a combination of supervisors and department heads. There was an eligibility worker. There were a number of folks that were presenting, here's the reality in counties associated with HR 1. And so the whole hearing was just about that. That's fantastic. And there are other budget hearings that are occurring. And this month, towards the end of this month, the governor's office will begin putting together their May revision to the budget, which comes out May 14th. And what we want to have occur is, first, it needs to acknowledge the impacts of HR 1 and put a significant amount of dollars in there to fund counties' responsibilities. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is the legislature needs to be prepared and advocated towards around the need to fund the full budget requests. And they will have about 3 weeks from the time that the May revision comes out to when they need to be done. So that's not a long period of time, which is why it's so critically important to reach out to your legislative delegation and encourage them to support this request and to put pressure on their colleagues to do the same.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Are you fine with the wording in the letters, or do we want to?
Yeah, I am. I just feel like sometimes you have
Yeah.
to just like thunk them over the head with the basic
Okay.
bullet points, but I get it. We can do that in person. No, I'm kidding.
If there's no further discussion, I'll move the item for approval, and then we can, I'll try to coordinate, see if we can.
Get down there a little bit.
Yeah, or see who.
I'll second it.
With.
Obviously
Legislature.
our representatives get it pretty well. We got to do the education on the other ones and make them understand the plight they're putting us in, especially the rural hospitals and the healthcare systems and so forth that we're trying to provide. Yet, there's probably some reforms that need to occur, but when it's just flat gutted and the expectation's still there, you look at the cumulative impacts going forward.
Yeah.
It's huge.
And I've spoke on this before down there with the representatives and stuff and everything from the state. And a lot of people don't know and understand what's really going on in rural counties. They really don't. And we need to educate them a little bit more. But how to do that, I don't know. But now with all this redistricting that's going on, the representation we're going to be losing, it's going to impact our county even more. So we just got to really push. We really do.
Supervisor Turnbull, just to follow up on that point, the number of folks in the legislature that were here when there was last an indigent care responsibility that was real is very, very small.
Yep.
It's a handful.
Wow.
And so if you think about the 120 legislators and less than 10% were there when there was a real indigent care. So a big portion of what we're trying to do is to communicate to folks, hey, this is a real thing. You've never heard about it because you haven't had to, but it's real and it's going to devastate counties. And let us tell you why. And so that message to all legislators is so critically important because there are a number who believe all the things that we're talking about, but don't have that basis of education because they've never had to experience it before.
Right.
And they may not have come from county government. I wish more of them did, but they may not have come from county government. So that's really important in all this as well, because there's such a loss of institutional knowledge in how things used to function. Supervisor Ferrero, you referenced our Health and Human Services Policy Chair, who's Supervisor Holly Mitchell from Los Angeles, former state budget Senate committee chair. So she was the Senate budget chair. And so she knows this remarkably well, but she's no longer in the legislature. We're delighted that she's with accounting because she speaks the same language. That's really helpful. But it just highlights that there are very few people that are there that inherently understand this without a 30 to 60-minute conversation.
Exactly.
All right.
Anyway, thank you for everything.
Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate it.
You're welcome. Stick around for a photo op. And we get a picture of the
Absolutely.
board. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Your camp.
Your camp was, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane absent.
Thank you very much.
Getting a photo with the CEO.
Sure.
I can't run yet. Maybe in a few weeks or whatever.
All right. The only thing left on the calendar is two closed session items, number 1 and 2. County Council, do you expect a report out?
There's the possibility of one,
Okay.
so we should come back out.
Okay. Do you want to, so we'll come back out.
We can, and then if you want to do your
wanna do-
twos and froms then, we can do it then, or if you wanted to get them out of the way now, it's really your call.
I think we should do them now.
Do them
just
now in case
get
we
'em-
don't have to come back out?
Yeah.
All right.
Just
Start
in
with
case.
you, Supervisor Parlin.
Oh, sure. So on whenever, see, we've been gone for 2 weeks, right? Is that correct? So on the 25th of March, we had our CRC meeting, and during the member county concerns, I did bring up, a registrar of voters had mentioned there is, speaking of mandates, there's proposed legislation to increase the vote centers from right now, they're 11 days to 20 days. And the data shows that nobody even shows up within the 11. It's a big waste of money, but the legislators, want to have more days. And so I did bring it up at, during our CRC member county concerns. A lot of heads around the room were nodding like, why are we even doing this? But our CRC staff is already engaged in this, and they feel that with the current political climate around elections. They won't be able to stop this legislation, but they will. It's very obvious it's an unfunded state mandate, so they are advocating to get money to at least fund this silly thing that we have to do. And then on our agenda that day actually was an agenda item talking about counties are increasing submitting test claims to get funded for these state mandates, because the state used to do it quite a bit more regularly, and then something happened with the budget and they kind of stopped. But so many counties are struggling with budgets that there's a big push to file more test claims. So I also brought up the one about, I had met with our chief probation officer about some new legislation with juvenile hall requirements or something. And that's going to be very expensive. And RCRC is already starting to look into that one and engage on that particular issue. And I forgot I'm supposed to be following up with our CAO to see if our county might want to participate in a test claim for that one. So I will follow up again because I don't think I did. So, but that's a critical one, and more requirements. And if they don't fund it, I don't know where we're going to come up with this money. So that was RCRC. Appreciated. I think it was last Tuesday when we were dark, right? Had a follow-up meeting with LAFCO, Mosquito Fire, Garden Valley Fire, and the CAO's office staff, continuing those conversations about sustainability of our small rural fire districts. Everybody appreciated that the board had already gave conceptual approval to look at the data analysis, and just a heads up that there may be another conceptual item coming to the board, maybe in April, I think, is our goal. But we're really making great progress, and the conversations have been very positive. So thank you, everyone, for that support. And then last week, I had a conversation with the RCRC executive director. They offered some support with our broadband grants to keep that moving forward. And so reached out to the CAO's office, and we're going to be having some meetings on that to get that a little bit of a push on that with the CPUC. So keeping that going. And then, last week, Tara Stout and I went down to Jackson for the annual UCCE Central Sierra Advisory Council meeting. And Leanne Mila had been sick, so she joined us virtually. So I appreciated she didn't share her germs with us in the car ride down. Thank you, Leanne. And we talked about the annual budget, and they understand that counties are struggling right now. So for this upcoming budget, they did not ask for an increase. They asked for us to keep status quo if we could. Seemed like all the counties were on board with that. And also we have a new director there at the UCCE council, and she lives in El Dorado County. So that was kind of awesome. She was very excited to take the role, and we'll be hearing from her quite a bit. And they agreed that they do need to come and present more often to tell us, what we get for our money, because we actually get a lot of resources for that money, but they need to do a better job of telling that story so that the board sees the value in the public. So they're going to work on that. And then really the last thing was last Friday, we had a EDOK continuum of care meeting. And honestly, the biggest thing in my mind was that they were talking about maybe changing the meeting date. And I was a little hesitant. I was like, you guys, it's hard to change a meeting date when so many of us have so many recurring meetings already. So just heads up, because I only, this will be my last year doing that. So be ready for another meeting, somebody. But yeah, I don't like changing recurring meetings. It's hard. But that's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Term.
Yeah, okay, I can talk on that. So anyway, that morning, Wednesday on the 25th, had a field trip with Brian Mullins. We driving around and looking at some of the issues on our roads. And then that afternoon, I had a meeting with the forest ranger, met him up there at the Placerville Nursery. The nursery up there is expanding now, a facility that's going to raise another 1.5 million trees that's going to be distributed through all the western United States. This nursery here is one of six that we have in the United States. And Forest Genetics is one of 3, and they're doing research on a lot of these trees, especially to make sure that they're more hardened, especially when it comes to the beetles and also wildfires and stuff. So they've been doing a lot of stuff. They've been expanding. This is a great thing, a great program. And also now the Farm Bill is also, the Fix Our Forest Act bill and the Farm Bill is going to be combined. And President Trump is pushing that to get that done here soon, working on it right now, which is going to be a good thing for our county and for future logging and other developments and stuff that we can do. So anyway, a lot of things. We had also a LAVCO meeting. Brian and I had a LAVCO meeting that night, 3:30. You can talk a little bit more about that. And then let's see, what else? And bunch of meetings all the way through. And then we had transit and transportation on Thursday the 2nd. And then we have tomorrow, there's going to be a press conference down there in the Southeast Connector with Kevin Kiley on the $25 million grant money to be able to fix that part of that area. So anyway, good things are coming. So
That's noon tomorrow?
that's noon tomorrow. Yeah, it's too bad you can't make it, Greg.
All right, Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yeah, I'll just quickly on the LAFCO meeting that Supervisor Turnbull talked about, that was where they completed the annexation of El Dorado County Fire and Diamond Springs Fire. And then I represented this board as well as LAFCO at the celebration, and the CAO, Suni Phillips, was there as well. They had a very nice afternoon gathering, they badge painting and other things as the district grew. So that went very well. On the first, we had a 6:00 p.m. meeting in Diamond Springs. It was a public meeting on a few minor DOT projects going on in the area over there, and an update on the Parkway. As George alluded to, again, Transportation Commission Transit, nothing really earth-shattering there. Just yesterday, had a SACOG Policy Innovation Committee meeting where SB 1087, which is the Cabalden bill that will replace SB 365, is being, it's going through the process. I'll probably have more information coming to us. They'll probably want this board support, just like we had a presentation here. So there'll be more yet to come there. There's a lot of updates, but there's also enough in it that also treats everybody the same. And I just don't know how you do that with transit and so forth. It does give the COGs, SACOG and CalCog and all the other COGs up and down the state the authority to oversee it, which is good. That's who should be and who does distribute a lot of that funding now. But there's just more to be worked out, and that's the detail that I just don't have yet. But it's going to be quick, down and dirty, because we just talked about this legislative cycle. That's all coming to a head here in the next 3 to 6 weeks. So as soon as I have information, I'll get it back to us. We have a budget ad hoc this afternoon, and there's a SOFAR meeting, a re-up on Thursday. Are you going to listen in on that? It's a Zoom, I think, only.
It's tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. I'm
I
sorry.
think
Yeah.
it's in the afternoon.
1 to 3.
And I have a prior commitment, so
Yeah.
it's
I'll
a
try to
virtual
listen
one.
in.
Yeah, just listen in.
Okay.
I've actually made a point, I'll just let you know, that I felt that before COVID, the value of the SOFAR collaborative really was getting everybody together. And I have encouraged them to basically stop having virtual workshops and meetings. People like to come together to see somebody across the room that they need to talk to. And I know they've been struggling with the funding and we're getting our feet back on the ground, but gosh darn it, I think they should have had an in-person meeting.
Yeah, especially re-up to get it going again.
I know, but whatever. So yeah, I had a prior commitment when they chose the date, and I went, you know what, it's virtual. I don't care.
If I can listen in, I'll try.
Yeah.
And then,
Not going to be able to be there either. So.
okay, Thursday, there's also a virtual CalCog meeting, which for the first time, typically CalCog talks mainly about transportation things. They're talking about all these items that we're talking about, because the representatives across the state are fed up, and
Yeah.
they just say we've got to unite and we've got to do some changing. So
What if we just all showed up on the Capitol steps one day? Wouldn't that be fun?
we'll probably all be arrested. Anyway, somehow we've got to get that attention. Maybe it'll be
That's a way to get the
well, that's
Get
it.
arrested.
Worked before.
A governor change or something. And then I want to thank also our CAO. The roadside vendors are out there really starting to make a presence again.
Yeah.
So the other day when I saw them again, I contacted Sue and she got everybody involved and they went out and confiscated as much fruit as they could haul. But just, let Sue know right away and we've got the other departments all working together as well as code enforcement. So, it's just not legal to bring in, they can't prove where the stuff's even from. I can't believe people would stop and buy something that's not certified.
They don't seem to understand. The public doesn't get it. I know it's
So
hard.
it takes the revenue right out of our local vendors that are trying to do it right hands.
Right.
And ours.
And it seems like they're always at Home Depot.
Yeah.
They are.
Is there a chance that we might not want to support that one letter you're talking about? It sounds
Possibly.
iffy. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, we'll see. I mean,
Okay.
the way it looks, it's looking okay, but again, there's a one size fits all. Obviously, I get it. Bill's got to be statewide, but to me, you need to have some inputs from us, and that's the stuff that SACOG
Well,
is infusing or trying to
yeah.
infuse right now.
They can have thresholds for population
Right.
to have exemptions and stuff. I mean, they really could be thoughtful on that. So anyway, okay, just
Yeah,
thank
I'll
you.
keep you posted.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Chair.
Sue?
Well, how about Greg?
What about
Greg.
me?
Oh, about you?
I'm going to go to
Yeah,
Sue next.
Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead, Greg. I thought you were done. Sorry.
Last couple of weeks, boy, I've spent a lot of time in the hospital with Dad. He's doing better. He's home.
I'm glad.
Yeah, but on the 25th, I sat in on the LAFCO meeting as an alternate. And as I mentioned earlier, CSAC hosted a webinar educating all the counties on the impacts on HR1. And I'm really glad that they are actually taking the lead on this and speaking for all of us.
Yeah.
We went to the El Dorado Hills Chamber luncheon this week. I sat in on a NACO Justice and Public Safety conference call. And then, like the rest of us, I was at the El Dorado County Transportation Committee meeting also last week, and then met with a few different department heads. So that is all I did. Madam CAO?
Sure. First, want to note that I'll be making a formal announcement to all departments, but I've extended an offer to Emma Owens for the position of Chief Budget Officer, and she has accepted. So that will be effective soon. With regard to the budget, we are making very good progress. We've reached the point where we've notified all the departments on where they stand. We're starting to write our narratives and pull the budget book together. So we're 3-4 weeks ahead of schedule on that this year. Next week, you have a break. So our next meeting will be April 21st. The next meeting after that will be our initial recommended budget discussion. So look forward to having that with all of you, and we'll finalize the topics of that meeting with our ad hoc this afternoon.
And I won't be here on the 21st.
Right.
What is that? Cap. So I'll be in DC. So hopefully, if you keep it on the agenda, make sure nothing that I really care about is on there. That'd be cool. Otherwise, if anything has to be on there that concerns my district or whatever.
One
I
item
can
comes to
zoom.
mind that I'll talk with you after.
Yeah.
about. Finally, I just want to let everybody know we are now fully staffed with our sheriff's security officers.
Awesome.
If you haven't had a chance to meet him yet, I'm sure at some point you'll meet Officer Laidlaw, who is, I think, officially started Saturday on the books. He's got a couple weeks of shadowing to do, but he has been around on the campus, so we're back to full staffing there.
Yeah, just want to come back. I'm meeting with the doctor today, so we'll see after 4 o'clock when they're going to schedule my surgery on my knee. So I might be out a little bit, but we got a break, so that's kind of a good thing. So we'll see what goes on.
All right. Well, we will recess into closed session, and we may or may not be back out, right?
Well, I suggest
Or
that-
should we
I
plan on
suggest we
coming
just
out
plan on coming
regardless?
back
Okay.
out regardless, just so this way
All right.
no members of the public are left hanging.
We don't want to
Oh, okay.
keep them on the line all day.
Stay
All right.
tuned, Kim.
Good idea. All right. All right, welcome back. We are back from closed session. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
I do. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard items 1 and 2. On item 1, I actually did not participate, but I was provided with the following report from my assistant county counsel. Item 1, the matter of David A. Livingston versus Jen Romaldi, in which the county sought declaratory relief from the court concerning the legality of a proposed ballot measure purporting to regulate employee compensation. Because the proponents have now withdrawn the proposed measure on a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Lane absent, the board authorized the county counsel's office to dismiss the pending lawsuit without prejudice, with each party to bear its own costs and fees. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We will adjourn the meeting at 2:56. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.